Okay, it's 9:03. Call the meeting to order. If I can get Supervisor Gonzalez to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We're on to department head, presentations and recognition, CAO Espinoza.
We got to do the posting.
Oh, sorry, I skipped a page.
So moved.
Acknowledgement of certificate of posting.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Presentations and recognitions, CAO Espinoza.
There are none.
Okay. Department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have one out of our RMA office. I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado.
Thank you. Thank you, CAO Espinosa. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. I would like to announce that on Friday, this past Friday, the RMA department posted the final environmental impact report for the lands of Lee, and that can be viewed at the RMA website. And at the regular board planning commission meeting of November 16th, the planning commission will hear the lands of Lee item. It's been public notice for the November 16th. Just wanted to let you know in advance. It's going to be for a vesting tentative map and a zone change and a plan unit development, and for the certification of the EIR. Pending a decision of the planning commission, that item will come before you regardless if it's appealed or not, because the rezoning is only the recommendation by the planning commission to the board. All the other items are action items by the planning commission. So this item will come before you and more than likely sometime in December. So just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
And that was the lands of Lee.
That's the lands of Lee project. Okay. That's correct.
Mr. Chair, quick question. Just want to clarify for the public, then that means essentially that the development agreement is no longer on the table, right?
Thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Kuzmicki. That is correct. The applicant submitted a comment indicating that they have now withdrawn their development agreement for now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay.
We also have another announcement at the county council's office.
Just briefly. Two announcements. First of all, we're taking off the closed session from this agenda. Another closed session will be placed on the next agenda. And then it's also my understanding that it's we're waiting to see the schedule for the landfill. It's possible that it's going to be delayed and will not go to the Planning Commission in November. And if it doesn't go to the Planning Commission in November, then it wouldn't likely be able to be received by the Board of Supervisors in December. We'll keep the board up to date on developments on that issue.
So no closed session.
No closed session.
Okay.
That's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So normally we do the, trying to remember where we're at. Yeah, the board announcements, future agenda items. I know it's a laundry list. So if it's okay with the board, we could move it after the public hearing. Would that be okay with CAO Espinoza?
What about public comments not on the agenda?
Well, we're going to do public comment first for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we can go to basically outside of the future agenda items, we can do public comment prior to the public hearing item. Well, actually, I need to open up the public hearing first. So let's.
No public comment first, if that's the direction that the board wants to move it.
Yeah. Oh, on the future agenda items?
No.
Just purely items not on the agenda that
Yeah.
the public wishes
Public
to speak
comment.
on.
Yeah. Okay, so if we can get public comment on the items not on the agenda, no action may be taken.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen.
It is hot.
It was called.
Elias Salinas?
Now we gotta give it a chance to cool down.
Now it's going to be cold in like 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. I hope you have all voted or you have your ballots and you're going to go out and drop them off. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. So I really enjoyed reading the agenda last week. It was short. And I would recommend, and I've said it before, more supervisor meetings. I think you can have an agenda where you can be here half a day. You don't have to be here the whole day. You can have an agenda where it's all closed session. The public comes in and knows that it's a closed session. They can come in and make their comments. If it's an agenda where it's all consent agenda items, then you can have me come in, because I'm the only one that comes in and speaks on the closed agenda, so that I think it would make it easier. And it's not that it's going to make more work for the staff, because the staff still has to do the work. And I think if they get into a groove where it's business, 2 business meetings, consent agenda, closed items, people can come and speak, and you have consent and you have closed meetings, that it could be on one day, so that I think it would make it smoother for everybody going around. So I really, really was very pleased with the agenda. And I know that you did it because it's election day, but I think it's something that y'all should consider. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, is she asking for more frequent meetings in terms of the frequency? Is that what you're saying? Can
Trying
you?
to simplify the agenda.
Yeah, okay.
She had said it before.
Thank you for that comment.
Valerie England?
That was short. Yes, I wanted to state that tomorrow evening is the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and that I noticed that there are 2 vacancies on the commission. And I believe that in a past situation, it was recommended that persons at large could be filling those positions in order to have a better discussion and to bring the parks to light. So I intend to be there tomorrow to see how that goes, since it's right now it's only quarterly, as I see, and hopefully as the Riverview Regional Park moves along, that we can have. And hopefully, I'm a little fearful with the outcome of the election if we have no real maintenance money for the parks, if we're going to be holding back on development of different things. And so I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that we have good parks for the future. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Now to the public hearing. It's 9:12. If we can open up the public hearing. I know Supervisor Tiffany had some comments.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As required by law, before we start the hearing, I want to disclose an ex parte communication I had with the applicant, Ryder McDowell, last Wednesday. The ex parte communication involved Mr. McDowell calling me to share his concern and frustration that in spite of the extensive negotiations that have resulted in the tribal cultural easement that is now part of what is before us today, the Amamutsan tribal band has still been opposed to the project. Thank you.
I'd also like to disclose for the record that since October, I have been attending all of the Planning Commission meetings via Zoom. So I have heard the arguments, both pro and con, and I am aware of them. I also have a relationship with Mr. McDowell, Ryder McDowell, personal relationship that predates my election and this project. And I will be open and fair and listen to both sides. But I just wanted to clear that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had ex parte communication with Ryder McDowell regarding the same issues that Supervisor Tiffany referenced.
Ditto. Yeah, Ryder's called me before, sharing his concerns, and I actually didn't know his communications with the other board members, just to be clear. So, that's it, Supervisor Kozmicki? Yeah.
That's right.
So now on to the public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Prado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and members of the audience. Good morning. Abraham Prado, Assistant Director of Planning and Building Services, San Benito County RMA. At the special Planning Commission meeting of October 12th, just last month, the Planning Commission certified an environmental impact report and adopted a resolution approving a conditional use permit for the Bedabel Commercial Conditional Use Permit Project PLN 210054. The size of the project is actually outlined in yellow on the screen, approximately 26 acres within an overall site of 111.61 acres. And so the screen shows the outline of the project site over the overall property area. The property is located at 9644 Bedable Road in the unincorporated county area of the county, just north of San Juan Bautista, approximately 3 miles north of the 156 and 101 intersection. The project description is that it proposes a range of new commercial, lodging, and recreational uses on the 26-acre site that I showed on the yellow outline on the screen before. The design of the project would be reminiscent of the 1940s and 1950s American roadside. And at build out, the project would develop 108,425 square feet, approximately 2.5 acres of commercial space consisting of a gas station with a convenience store, a restaurant, amusement buildings with exhibits, a motel with outdoor pool and an outdoor movie screen, and an outdoor event center. Just a brief recap of the Planning Commission, of the special meeting of the Planning Commission of October 12th. Staff and the Environmental Impact Report Consultant, Ascent Development, Pat Angel and Alta Cunningham, presented to the Planning Commission the project description and the EIR process. And then after the applicant was able to present to the Planning Commission as well, then the Planning Commission opened up the public hearing and took comments for and against the project. There was a little bit over 10 comments that were provided via in-person and Zoom. Then the Planning Commission closed the public hearing. There was a deliberation, discussion, questions and answers. And then after the Planning Commission made a motion to certify the environmental impact report and approve the conditional use permit. And the items were approved with a 4-1 vote. After that, the 10-day appeal period began, and the 10-day actually ended on Saturday, October 22nd, which automatically extends the appeal period to Monday, October 24th. And so on Monday, October 24th, the San Benito County Resource Management Agency received 2 appeal forms. One was from Protect San Benito County and Center for Biological Diversity, submitted by Andy Chacaron. And the other appeal form was submitted by the Amamutsan Tribal Band and Amamutsan Land Trust by Sarah Clark of Schutmahali and Weinberg LLP law firm. Therefore, per section 25.01008 appeal, an appeal was scheduled for today's Board of Supervisors meeting. Very briefly on the project, at the 26 acres, at the very north end, there is a proposed 5,000 square foot convenience store. And then just to the south of the convenience store, there is a proposed 5,664 square foot fueling area station. The elevations are up in the screen. The height would be up to 15 feet on the convenience store. The hours of operation would be 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. General merchandise would be sold there, snacks, groceries, beverages, ice, just in general. And the gas station would have 8 double-sided pumps. It would operate 24 hours a day, and it is anticipated to have, for both the convenience store and the gas station, 16 full-time employees. Just to the south and west of the gas station, there is a proposed 2,500 square foot restaurant, and the height of the restaurant would be approximately 16 feet. The elevations is at the bottom. And it would be a dine-in and drive-through and outdoor seating type of restaurant. Hours of operation 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, and it is anticipated to have 24 full-time employees. Just to the south and west of the restaurant, it's a proposed there will be proposed amusement buildings, 4 to 5 amusement buildings, ranging in size from smaller 350 square feet to up to 1,250 square feet. And these are essentially they would contain retail and curio items for sale and rural-based vintage exhibits. And it would have a total developed area of these amusement buildings of 3,125. So they're smaller buildings in that western part of the site. To the south and east, you can see here in green on the screen, it's a 1.5 acre buffer open space area, and the uses for that, it's going to be decomposed granite, and the uses for that would be overflow parking, staff parking, or for events such as small musical performances, food truck gathering events, craft fairs, community and charity events of up to 250 people, also for potential farmers markets of up to 350 people, or for like car shows, holiday celebration, and craft festivals of up to 500 people. Within that open space buffer area, there is a visitor center, and as you can see at the lower right-hand side, the building is proposed to be about 350 square feet, and it's going to be in the shape of a watering can. And the purpose would be to provide information on San Benito County landmarks, activities, events. The hours of operation proposed to be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Wednesdays through Sundays, and it would be equipped with two volunteers. Just to the south of the visitor center and the open space buffer is proposed nine motel room villas, single story, and right next to that is a proposed 3-story, 116 room hotel. And the size of the hotel is anticipated to be 60,350 square feet. The design would be that of a Spanish Revival. We have the applicant here who will talk a little bit more on that and has some images. 3 stories, 35 feet in height. The amenities would include a lobby area, outdoor pool and spa, sundry sales area, and a minimal bar area with the hotel office. And features would be a small drive-in screen to the west. It'll be to the rear of the hotel, away from Highway 101. And movies will end at 10 p.m. and guests can see from their hotel rooms or from within their vehicles. Hours of operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it is anticipated to employ 75 persons. To the south of the hotel is an outdoor event area. The outdoor event area would be able to host 500 people, up to 500 people, for educational presentations, cultural events, musical live performances, and theater events. Mostly hours of operation would be from 5:30 p.m. to 10 p.m., and mostly on weekends. The overall site would have 6 driveways from Bettable Road, and it would be all interconnected from the inside, and up to 416 parking spaces throughout the site, and that would include American with Disability Act parking and electrical vehicle charging stations. The zoning designation for the actual project site area encompasses 29 acres of C1 Highway Commercial Combining District. The 26 acres of the proposed project is within that 29 acres, and the rest of the site is within agricultural rangeland floodplain, approximately 87 acres. The environmental impact report basically reviewed all the different categories per the CEQA guidelines, from aesthetics, agricultural, energy, geologic insight, and soils, transportation, tribal, cultural resources, so forth and so on. And there was various impacts that were identified as part of the draft environmental impact report. Staff then prepared with the assistance of Ascent Environmental a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, essentially with mitigation measures lessening all of the most of the identified impacts to a less than significant level. All of those details are within your packets. If you have any questions on that, feel free to let me know. However, there were 4 significant unavoidable impacts, and that was within the categories of aesthetics, agricultural resources, transportation, and tribal cultural resources. Now, talk a little bit more on that. The first one, damage to scenic resources. The Highway 101 portion within San Benito County where the developable commercial conditional use permit is being proposed is not within a state scenic highway, but it is recognized as a local scenic highway, and so therefore the proposal would impact the local scenic highway, and so therefore it is an impact that it's unavoidable, significant and unavoidable. The area is also within what's considered by the Department of Conservation and identified within the state mapping farmland as important farmland. And so that 27.07 acres of the land will be impacted and essentially used for non-agricultural use. And so therefore, that is a significant unavoidable impact that is identified within the environmental impact report. The project also has increases in vehicle miles traveled, primarily the whole project itself, but primarily based on the outdoor event center because it will draw a lot of people from the region. And so vehicles miles traveled is also an impact that is considered significant and unavoidable. And also impacts to the tribal cultural resources. And for that, there was consultation with the Alma Mutsun tribal band, and it was identified that the Uristock tribal cultural landscape as a tribal cultural resource has been recommended to the California Register of Historic Places. And for purposes of CEQA, under Public Resources Code Section 21074, a tribal cultural resource that has been recommended eligible under the California Register of Historic Places meets the definition of a tribal cultural resource. And so the Bettable project site is within the Uristock landscape. As you can see on the screen, it's a little small, but it's towards the bottom right, it's in red. And so therefore impacts to tribal cultural resources are significant and unavoidable. I'll talk a little bit more about the way that staff addressed the significant unavoidable impact, but I do want to mention that as part of the environmental impact report, we are required to also analyze alternatives to the project, and the EIR analyzed 5 different alternatives, including alternative 1, what would happen if there was no project, alternative 2, what would happen if we kept it as what are permitted projects within the site, like an orchard or a flea market, alternative 3, it was a modified site plan was analyzed with the elimination of the motel. Alternative 4, a reduced intensity was analyzed, eliminating the outdoor event center and reduce the motel component. And finally, alternative 5 was reviewed as only having the gas station, convenience store, and the restaurant, which is basically at the northern part of the project site. And so the Planning Commission adopted the actual project proposal over any of the alternatives, mainly because the alternatives did not meet all of the project objectives. And very briefly, there's 5 project objectives, and one of them is to honor Errol McDowell by generating revenues to be used 100% for funding children's cancer research to cure brain cancer. Objective 2 is to provide a one-stop roadside experience with visitor-oriented commercial uses. Number 3 is to provide retail hospitality, automotive service, fuel station, and future local events to passengers driving on Highway 101 within the visitor center. Objective number 4 is to create destination attractions that celebrate San Benito County's unique heritage, including performing arts, agritourism, and San Benito County history. And finally, objective number 5, to create new employment opportunities for residents. Regarding the significant unavoidable impacts, the lead agency or the agency taking action on the environmental impact report, in this case, the Planning Commission who certified the environmental impact report, may do so after looking at all the significant and unavoidable impacts through what's called a statement of overriding considerations by adopting findings that basically indicate that the project benefits can outweigh those potential significant unavoidable impacts. And so there needs to be findings in writing presented to the Planning Commission, in this case, that took the action to certify the EIR, that show how these, how the statement of order and consideration, how these findings would be met. And so, very briefly, the following findings were presented as part of the resolution and the EIR. And the project will provide a conservation easement, and for example, it is denoted here on the green area, approximately 62 acres, and that's going to be for the protection of key linkage along the riparian areas of the Pájaro and San Benito rivers. The next would be that the project will provide a tribal cultural resource conservation easement, and that easement would be, as you can see in the red area on the screen, it's going to be provided to San Benito County with the county be able to dedicate it to the Amamotsan tribal band and Amamotsan Land Trust, and it would be with permanent access for tribal members for ceremonial and native plant restoration activities, among other specified uses that are currently being deliberated and discussed for those easements. This is actually the last slide, and I'm going to be mentioning these, but they are in detail in your packets, and they were provided with the Planning Commission. But if you want us to go over any in detail, please let me know. Number 3, promotion of San Benito County agricultural products and tourism. 4, the project will generate positive tax revenue for the County of San Benito General Fund and the San Benito County Council of Governments for transportation projects. 5, the project will create new local job opportunities for residents of San Benito County. 6, the project will add photovoltaic electrical generating and electrical vehicle charging stations to help target and reduce the state mandates on greenhouse gas reduction goals. And finally, the project will generate revenues, charitable funding for pediatric brain cancer. It is staff's recommendation, Mr. Chair and members of the board, to hear the presentations and arguments from the appellants. As indicated earlier, there was 2 appeal forms that were filed, and so it is staff's recommendation to then, it's up to you, Mr. Chair, and the board to listen to each of them. And it is also staff's recommendation that if it's the desire of you, Mr. Chair, and the board, to provide them 10 to 15 minutes as well for them to provide their presentation and arguments. Then it is staff's recommendation B, to also allow the applicant to be able to provide a presentation to your board and members of the audience. And also, if it's a desire of you, Mr. Chair, and the board, to allow for 10 to 15 minutes for the applicant to provide their presentation. Then C, open up the public hearing, take comments for or against the appeal. And D, finally close the public hearing, ask staff and the consultant any questions you would like for us to respond. And it is a recommendation to adopt the resolution to uphold the approval of the Planning Commission that took place at its special meeting of October 12th, 2022, certifying the final environmental impact report and approving the conditional use permit for the Bettable Commercial Conditional Use Permit, PLN number 210054. Thank you.
Okay. So before we go to the board, actually first should be the presentations, right? Yeah, so if we can get the applicant to present, and then maybe the appeal.
However you would like, Mr. Chair, members of the board, if it's a desire for the applicant to come first from your board, that's fine. But staff's recommendation was if we can hear the appellants first, but it's totally up to you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take the recommendation of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to come here?
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors, staff, and all who are listening. The group I'm representing, Protect San Benito County, is one of the folks who appealed this decision. We're actually quite unhappy that we're here today at all, as the people of our county are currently considering changing how major development goes on in this county. It's been a very active campaign where I found that the supervisors actually were too actively involved in the process, basically putting their thumb on the scale in ways that are questionably legal regarding Measure Q by spending resources of the county to essentially try to stop folks from changing the rules. And this, in particular today, is an effort to essentially rush through a decision before the people have the right to make their decision on this. This is one among many projects that's being rushed through by the whole process. This particular project was actually considered by the voters themselves in March of 2020 with Measure K, when it, along with 3 other nodes, were rejected by the people of San Benito County with a vote of 60%. The county then proceeded to give them C1 zoning, even though the folks had spoken in the county against this project, instead of actually giving people an opportunity to continue to weigh in on the issue, which to me shows a tremendous disrespect of the voters and a failure to actually represent them in this county. And it actually is part of why Measure Q became necessary. This current proposal has been rushed through, and frankly, the EIR has got many, many holes in it. Probably has more holes than a colander. We have a very competent biologist who's pointed out all the shortcomings of the EIR, and yet it's moved forward instead of actually fixing them. Many studies that have not been completed, and so you're making your decision based on incomplete information. And that tells me that you are actually more involved in representing development interests than representing the people of San Benito County. And I think many people in the community feel the same way. I've got to make sure I cover all that I want to cover here. Sorry about that. As I said, I've been engaged in other activities. I feel that it's a rushed and sloppy job, as I said before, that it should be fixed before you even consider granting the and approving the EIR. We've sent letters, our attorneys, detailing all of the problems with the EIR. You should have all received those letters. The county has received those letters. And ultimately, we believe that, one, the answer is to put off this decision until you find out how the people want to be involved in developmental decisions in this county, since they're making that decision today, and there is absolutely no rush to go forward with this. And second, that I think that you should go back to this, the people have a right to see a good EIR when they engage in making this decision, whatever its merits. And this may be a project that the people of San Benito County want to approve, but they clearly want to be involved in these processes because they feel that they have been ignored. And so ultimately, I think the answer is for you to take back this EIR, get a new draft EIR that actually is complete, and then circulate that before you make any decision on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand here so I can see the timer. Is this on? Yeah. Good morning, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm a partner at Shute Mahaly and Weinberger, which is a law firm where I regularly represent tribal governments on issues related to the California Environmental Quality Act and government-to-government consultation. I represent the Ama and Mutsun Tribal Band and its land trust on the Betabel project. We urge the Board of Supervisors to deny the conditional use permit for this project, which has a significant and unavoidable impact to tribal cultural resources. The county stands poised to allow development of a Spanish Revival-style hotel on the sacred site of a California Native American tribe, a tribe that was nearly wiped out by the atrocities of the Spanish mission era. An approval today would perpetuate the subjugation and genocide that has marked the relationships between tribes and colonial governments. We ask that you exercise your discretion this morning to make a different choice. Indeed, we believe that such a denial is required because the county has failed to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act and with AB 52, which provides specific requirements to ensure protections of sacred areas. In 2014, the state legislature enacted AB 52 to respond to the widespread destruction and desecration of sacred sites and other cultural resources, and to recognize tribal governments as sovereign entities deserving of an equal seat at the table with respect to the development process. Under AB 52, the county was required to timely and meaningfully consult with the Amamutsun tribal band about the potential impacts of this project. However, this process has been flawed from the very beginning. When the county updated its general plan in 2013, it was required by law to consult with the tribe about specific cultural resources and then to incorporate that information into the general plan. The tribe and county staff had one meeting, and the tribe provided a number of documents about the importance of both the Bell site and other sites. But county representatives never followed up, and that information was not incorporated into your current general plan. Had they done so, your general plan would have demanded protection of this sacred place. Knowing the site's vulnerability, the tribe then reached out to the applicant in summer of 2021, over a year ago. They asked for an opportunity to conduct a site-specific survey to help locate known resources and to work with the applicant on a design that would be mutually acceptable. However, the applicant ignored this request completely. Fast forward instead to April this year, when the county finally initiated formal government-to-government consultation. The tribe came to a meeting with an open mind and met with county representatives and the applicant at the site. Tribal representatives explained the need for a site-specific survey as a prerequisite to discussions about impacts, alternatives, and potential mitigation measures. Given the site's importance, these studies needed to be conducted in advance of the release of the draft EIR. The applicant and the county agreed that these studies would be completed, and they also agreed that the project would be redesigned if specific resources were located. But unfortunately, things went quickly awry after April. First, the applicant informed the tribe that the project had to be approved by November. It is no coincidence that I am standing here on November 8th, the exact date that the county voters will decide Measure Q and whether to subject this type of development to assessment by the voters. The applicant wants to avoid such oversight. The tribe was given a deadline at the very beginning of the conversation and was told that no matter what happened in consultation, the timeline for approval would be kept. Again, when we tried to explain that these studies were needed before any discussion of impacts, analysis, mitigation measures, the tribe was first stonewalled and then overruled. County representatives said that they had to stick to the applicant's timeline, which demanded approval by November. The tribe worked as fast as it could to provide materials for both an ethnographic study and a survey, but the DEIR was ultimately released without the benefit of these materials. The county said it would then incorporate this information later, but it would never recirculate a revised draft, again, to stick to the timeline. This approach clearly violates the California Environmental Quality Act, which requires a second comment period if new significant information is added to an EIR. Here, the final EIR identifies 5 new tribal cultural resources on the project site, which were identified during these studies. Neither the tribe nor the public were given the opportunity to discuss alternatives or mitigation measures that could avoid or lessen impacts to these resources. This project represents a failure of the AB 52 process. I want to let you know that your staff was professional and courteous throughout this process. They were excellent to work with. But at the end of the day, they simply caved to the demands of the applicant to move things along as quickly as possible and to keep all components of their project intact. I'd like to introduce Chairman Valentin Lopez of the Amamutsun Tribal Band for the rest of the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Valentin Lopez, and I'm the chairman of the Amamutsun Tribal Band. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you today. I'd like to give a little history of this area that we live in. To us, it was Popolochum. This is the greater area of Popolochum. The greater Monterey Bay, including this area of Popolochum and the Bay Area, San Jose North, was the most populated area of indigenous people north of Mexico City at first contact. At first contact. What happened to our people? Why were we when you look at history books, all of our history is ignored, forgotten, and erased. Erased. And I'll give you an example. Here at San Juan Bautista, what happened to us? At San Juan Bautista, that was established in 1797. 26 years later, in 1823, Mexico City, the superiors of the mission sent out an inquiry, an interrogatorio, a survey or a questionnaire, and they asked, how many Indians have died at your mission? 19,421 Indians were reported dying at Mission San Juan Bautista. Nearly everyone in the close proximity, they were the first to die. In our tribe, we only have 2% surviving that period of time. 2%. That's what happened to the Indians. They want to glorify and they want to talk about the mission being a wonderful, peaceful time. That is not what's happening. There it was slavery, it was rape, it was death. And then they say, well, that was disease. Well, it was the conditions that they put them in that caused that disease to spread as rapidly as it did. And that's forgotten. And you want to perpetuate that erasure of Native people. You want to continue to glorify that mission period with this establishment here. It's okay. Let's glorify that mission period, that false history of how wonderful and beautiful it was. There is nothing beautiful or wonderful about that mission, not for the Indians. Over 84 tribes were taken to Mission San Juan Bautista. And by the way, after that 19,421 Indians was reported, there was still another 10 years of operation of that mission to occur. And now we want to glorify it and say how wonderful that was and ignore the history of the indigenous people. That's what happened. We're ignored by this community. What has San Benito County ever done to recognize the indigenous people that were here? We've talked to many, many people, cities and stuff like that. And we say we'd like to find a way to go forward together. We'd like to find a way to present our true history. We'd like to find a way to let people know about the history of California as a whole. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And I feel that this board doesn't care the other day. The other day at that planning meeting when they were talking, the commissioner that was sitting in this last seat over here, he was grimacing, laughing, shaking his head the whole darn time that people were presenting testimony. And we have to look at that. We have to look at that. And today, we feel like this is a done deal. This is a done deal. The approval of this is not in question. And that's what we've been told time after time after time. It's not in question. You're okay with that history. You're okay telling those lies, that false history, and perpetuating the erasure of indigenous people on these lands. Why haven't you contacted the tribe? Why haven't members of the cities here contacted the tribe? You have an historical society here. Have they reached out and said, let's find a way to go forward? Let's find a way to tell this true history. Let's find a way to bring the public to, let's make San Benito County the center of indigenous history telling in California. You would bring more people to San Benito than that hotel would. But if you want to develop San Benito going forward for the future, that's what you need to do. If you want to present it to glorify a past history of lies and deceit and destruction and domination and genocide. Yes, genocide. You can do that. Those missions, they wanted to destroy our spirituality, our culture, our environment, our dignity, our humanity. And they did a damn good job of doing that. Why are we going to continue that today? Why is it going to continue today? It's time for that to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the applicant as well, if that is the desire of the chair and the board, to have its time to present as well.
Please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Hope you can hear me. My name is Peter Prowse. I'm representing the applicant this morning, along with a team of folks who I'll introduce in a moment. I'm a land use attorney from San Francisco. I want to thank you for taking the time this morning. I know it's a busy day, and I'd also like to thank the county staff, Abraham Prado, Ariel Goodspeed, Joel Ellenwood, the consultants, Pat Angel, Alta Cunningham, who are here, and the project team, myself, Holly Robertson, a partner with the Chronic law firm in Sacramento, who's a specialist in tribal consultation issues, Henry Runke and Casey Jerome, who are the architects, and both Holly and Casey will be speaking in just a moment as well. I want to give special thanks also to Herman Garcia, who's here in the back. I'd also like to thank the Yamamutsun Tribal Band and Chairman Lopez for their involvement in this process. There have been very extensive discussions. I think those discussions have resulted in an improved project design and improved mitigation measures that are before you today. I did want to remind everybody what the site looked like before the McDowells purchased it. A number of these buildings and structures were illegal, as I understand it, but with the help of Herman Garcia and his organization CHEER, this site and the unpermitted illegal structures were cleaned up. This is just the start of the project, this cleanup effort. The McDowells are committed to San Benito County. They have moved, for example, their Pine Brothers production from Salt Lake City to Hollister, to the Merrick Confectionery here in Hollister. I urge you to reject the appeals that have been presented to you this morning. We're confident in the EIR. There have been no new issues raised in these appeals. The late letters that were received yesterday raise no new issues, and we're confident that the CEQA document is legally sufficient. We're excited about this project. We appreciate your attention, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Holly. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here to speak today. Thank you, Chairman Lopez, for your impassioned comments. I'm just here to say that in my experience, the AB 52 tribal consultation process was robust. The county staff, as Sarah Clark said, was very professional, inclusive of the tribe's concerns, and respectful. The applicant and the tribe, separately from the AB 52 process, I believe we all tried in good faith to reach resolution of the tribe's concerns. We met multiple times over the course of several months. As Peter said, this process resulted in changes to the project, including pulling the project back from sensitive areas, removing elements of the project like public access trails in order to better avoid tribal cultural resources areas, and reducing the size and location of planned agricultural activities. We sincerely wanted to reach agreement. Our door remains open should that be something that the tribe wishes to discuss. We don't believe that recirculation in this case is required because there was no new information available as we understood it in the ethnographic study, that had new tribal cultural resources actually within the project footprint area. Out of respect for confidentiality of tribal cultural resources, I can't provide you with a map of that today, but if you look at figure 9 in the document, which is available to you as members of the Board of Supervisors in the ethnographic study, you'll see what I'm talking about if you consider where the project footprint is and where those identified TCRs are. Therefore, if there's no new information, we don't believe that circulation is required. And I just want to close with saying thank you very much for the county's and Ascent Environmental's time. And I genuinely hope that we can find a way to work with the tribe. We have done everything we possibly could think to do to avoid tribal cultural resources on this project, including offering a cultural resources easement of over 50 acres. And as I said, project site design. So we've done our very best, and it's in your capable hands now.
Thank you.
Can we put the images back up, please? Good morning. My name is Casey Jerome with WRD Architects, and we have been assisting the owner through the County of San Benito planning process. As you can see behind me, this is what Ryder McDowell had when he first bought the property. This is the vision that he has moving forward. I want to thank Abraham for the detailed project description that he provided. This project, as mentioned, is directly off of Highway 101 from the Belleville off-ramp. It includes a good mix of private development, such as a gas station, the motel, the convenience store, and the retail space, as well as the spaces with community benefits, such as a farm stand to highlight and sell local produce, visitor center to highlight local nearby attractions, as well as an outdoor event center to host local talent and artists. From a planning and zoning perspective, the project is ideally located off an existing off-ramp near the highway where this type of development is ideally suited. We have worked closely with the planning and building departments to make sure the project design is in compliance with all required zoning uses, height restrictions, parking requirements, and setbacks. This is the site plan that was provided to the Planning Commission. These are some of the updated, more architecturally relevant renderings based on what Ryder's envision was. That shows the convenience store, the gas station towards the middle. You can see the hint of the farm stand. This is from the 101 looking north. This is part of the outdoor event center. This is another version or view of the outdoor event center where local talent can come and provide attractions. Just a couple more views. And then this is the park-like setting that we kind of envision this project being. So the motel, and then more street-level views. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions you guys might have. And thank you very much. I think that's all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all for the applicants, Mr. Chair, members of the board. At this time, if you have any questions, or if you would just prefer to open up the public hearing and then listen to the comments for and against, and then if you have questions, however you prefer. Thank you.
Yeah, if we, before we bring it back to the board, if we can have the Madam Clerk bring it to get some public comment, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Andy Karan? Okay. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lou Shermonte Jr. I'm a fifth-generation resident of the region and have a background in cultural resource management. I have no financial stake regarding this development issue, but I am speaking briefly to offer a public comment in support of the appeal filed in opposition to San Benito County Planning's certification of the EIR for the Bidabel Commercial Development Conditional Use Permit. I hope that the Board of Supervisors does keep in mind that the timing of this particular permit process seems to have been pushed in such a way as to avoid the implications of the possible passage of Measure Q, which would otherwise have a direct impact on this project. This is particularly concerning since San Benito County voters previously rejected a similar development proposal at this same site. I'm personally concerned that certain legal procedures have been sidestepped in aspects of the development at the site so far. The way in which property owners chose to deal with subsurface quote-unquote landfill deposits lacked regulatory oversight, bringing up many concerns from ecological or archaeological perspectives. Additionally, it seems that certain grading of trails and other constructions were carried out without regulatory oversight. It appears that cultural and religious concerns raised by the indigenous community that previously occupied the site and who had the land forcefully appropriated from them, no federal treaties with Mutsun peoples exist for the site, are not being fully considered. Please do keep in mind that the destruction of a particular ethnic or religious group's primary religious site could be viewed as a form of genocide under Article 2 of the UN Genocide Convention. Regarding the developer's stated goals for this project, in terms of history celebration and cancer research funding, the project would destroy some of the deepest history in San Benito County. And many cancer patients aware of the controversies at this site, including my deceased partner, Melanie Landstrom, did not believe their disease should be used as a justification for this particular commercial project. Again, there is no overriding public necessity for this particular permit to be issued at this particular date. Thank you.
Jackie Morris Lopez.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Hernandez and fellow supervisors. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez, Jacqueline Morris Lopez, resident of District 2 in San Juan Bautista, Planning Commissioner of the City of San Juan, current candidate for City Council, City of San Juan Bautista. I just want to say that it's very egregious to me that I sit here, have to come out today in the midst of a midterm election, which is a very critical election, and you all sitting up there are well aware of the ramifications nationally, statewide, and locally. It is a horrible disgrace that you are rejecting the will of the people. I was there for Measure K, Measure N, and the majority of the county residents voted to oppose that. And here we are once again in this timely fashion. It's merely a political stunt. I can't look at it in any other fashion, that it's merely a political stunt. And just as the speaker before me said, there's no rush to approve this CUP today. There's absolutely no reason to approve it today. The polls are open till 8 p.m. today in our county, as they are nationwide. Why not wait for another week to find out what the total count is on Measure Q? Because this is what it's really about. This would put the voice back into the hands of the people, decision making. And at one time I was totally opposed to a project there. Maybe I'm not so much, but this move right now today by all of you, with the exception of my commissioner, my supervisor, Colin Kosmicki, who deferred to vote on this. You all, the other 4 of you, have robbed our votes. You have robbed our votes, and I don't want to be a resident of a county that perpetuates genocide and the erasure of such a critical historical band of people. Okay, the other thing I have to say is leopards don't change their spots, as the saying goes. Mr. Ryder McDowell at one time purchased a historic landmark in the village of Carmel Highlands. He purchased an old hospital rest home, is what I understand that to be. The Carmel Village residents did not want his proposed project, just like we don't want his project here. We voted against that. He wanted to turn it into luxury condos. Well, the community banded together and they said, no, no thank you. So he was very, very upset about that, wrote some very contentious, vile letters to the editor of the Pinecone newspaper. You can look that up on Google. And why am I pointing this out? Because this whole sham about cancer research, I'm in medicine, there are other ways to fund cancer research. So leopards don't change their spots. So he took his money, came to San Benito County, saw that, and I really, really am offended by the developer posting those pictures. I've lived in the county my whole life, and I didn't like the way the looks of that. Please consider patterns of behavior. Please consider that today is an important day to vote on Measure Q. You don't have to rush this through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry Rook.
Henry Runke. I'm with Wald Runke and Dost Architects. I'm not part of the formal presentation, but I just wanted to mention that I have been working with Ryder McDowell for the last several years. And one of the first things that he did when he came in is he gave me the story of his son and his struggles with pediatric brain cancer. He talked about the times when he was traveling, going up and down Highway 101 to San Francisco to get treatment for his son. And him and his wife and his son are visionaries. And they saw this site, and instead of dwelling over the struggles with cancer, they started to focus on the vision of creating something fun, something great. And that evolved into, as it became very clear that his son was not going to win his battle with cancer, it became a way to take resources to be able to create a nonprofit to hopefully create an environment where other families don't have to struggle with pediatric brain cancer. The property, if you look, there's ownership with the nonprofit. He's always made that a very strong point as he's worked with me. Our office has been committed to his goals. We reduced our fees to be able to work on this project for him and to be able to support pediatric brain cancer. And I just want to let you know that this is not something where the McDowell family is looking at trying to create some sort of profitable development for their own resources. This is something that is clearly earmarked and defined as going toward pediatric brain cancer. They are putting a lot of resources into this. I think this county is very fortunate to have a family this committed, not only to this cause, but to this community. This is the ideal location. He's spent hundreds of thousands of dollars cleaning up the site over the last several years. He's willing to invest hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars more to make this a very special place and a unique roadside attraction that him and his son and his wife had always envisioned for this location. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of my understanding of the owners and to let you know that his cause is genuine. Thank you very much.
Valerie Eaglin.
Yes, thank you. I think what has not been brought up enough is that this is not just about a business location. It's not just about the architecture. It's not that there's going to be a visitor center, that there's a hotel. That all of these things are super beneficial to the economy, but also the respite of travelers on the 101. And the big deal for me is that as people come off the 101, or they find that the traffic is impacted going south, and they need to take a break, to get off there, they have a place to get some gas, maybe get a bite to eat, but most of all, to take a walk. Get the dog out of the car, and there are miles of walking area on this property that have been designated for paths. The river has been cleaned up. The above bank pathway that's designated there in their plans is for bicycling and for walking and open to the public at any time in the neighborhood. This is a healthy, beautiful development, and that top of bank walkway is super important. The access to the river, to be able to look down into a river when it's running. The Pajaro is one of our only accesses to a running river here in San Benito County, to where folks can take a look, walk along, and do a lot of birding. This is a super, super good area for that kind of activity. And so for me, that substantiates this project altogether. It is very, very worthy. Thank you.
Elias Salinas?
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. So I heard Mr. Lopez speak. It was very passionate, a lot of truth in what he said, obviously, because I believe in every word that he said. However, the local people here, including Mr. Lopez and his friends, his family, he's a chair, and those members on the board, were not out there cleaning this property. They had the opportunity to purchase it. There are funds out there for Native Americans, and they didn't purchase it. But somebody else came in and purchased it, and now they're crying that it's their land. Listen, my grandmother came from the region called Rayodes. She was a Lipan Apache. I am once removed from being a Native American. And I believe his words, what he said, but at the same time, we have to be proactive in what it is that we do. You can't come in and all of a sudden, a white man came in and bought it, now you want to take it away from him. I'm sorry that we cannot do that. And there are reparations, but this is not it. They showed no interest whatsoever in this land. There was a meth lab out there. There was illegal marijuana out there. It was a junkyard. And now it's beautiful. Valerie spoke before me. She mentioned how it's been cleaned up. The opinions of Mr. Karan are just opinions. He came out here and he said things were illegal. Well, that's an opinion on him, because he came out and he has no facts whatsoever to make opinions that what you're doing as a board is illegal, or that the staff has done something that's illegal. This project has been in the plans for years. This is nothing new. This is not being rushed. It's had its turn. It's time to make a decision. The appeal that came before Mr. Karan it wasn't even an appeal. All he was talking about is go out and vote for Measure Q. Well, we know what Measure Q is going to do. It's going to financially destroy our environment, our county, and financially. This is a great project. I don't 100% agree with the vision of it, but it is a project that can help San Benito County. It is, with regards to the Measure K, that was about zoning. And unfortunately, the same people that are doing Measure Q were out there giving the misinformation that they were going to start a certain project. That's on them. That is not on the Board of Supervisors claiming that the public already spoke, because that is not what happened in the Measure K. Thank you.
Husband Garcia? I'm sorry, Herman Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Herman Garcia. I'm the founding president of CHEER, Coastal Habitat Education Environmental Restoration. I've been working on environmental issues in the Pajaro River watershed my entire life. I started when I was 10 years old, and I'm 75 years old now. So it's been a lifetime of work. How I got involved in this project, I never heard about it. And one day I get a slew of phone calls inviting me to a meeting out there at the location, and it was Ryder McDowell and his project team. And the purpose of the meeting was to solicit my support for the project, cheer support. And I basically told them, no, I can't support this project. And they go, why not? I says, well, I don't see anything. I don't see an EIR. I don't see a CEQA document. I don't see any architectural design. Show me something so that I have something to go by. And I go, but on the same hand, I can't oppose you either because I don't see any documentation. So Ryder says to me, so what can I do for you right now? And I said, give me the combination to that lock. I want to go out on your property and do an assessment because I knew already that it was critical habitat, okay, where the confluence of the San Benito and the Pajaro River meet, right? And I hadn't been out there in probably 25 years. So I wanted to go see what was there. So he gave me the combination, and the next 2 days, I did a deep dive out there. 2 days later, I call Ryder back, and I go, Ryder, typically when you buy a house and you do a final walkthrough before you sign off the papers, I go, did you guys do that? And he says, oh yeah, we drove around. I go, did you get out of the car? And he says, no. And I go, well, I want to inform you, you bought a damn landfill. It was horrible, but you couldn't see it. It was all overgrown with grass, brush, trees. So Ryder says, oh my God, what am I going to do now? I go, it's not what you're going to do, it's what Cheer's going to do. And he offered to pay us. I says, we don't do this for pay. We're all volunteer organization. And I says, give me access so we can start reclaiming that land and those waterways. The 18 months
Mr. Chair.
before COVID,
Mr.
okay,
I'm sorry.
we took out 3,000 to 5,000 pounds
Mr.
of
Chair.
garbage
Yeah,
there.
I'm
I know
sorry.
what you're going to say, Barbara.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can just close it up, Herman, please.
All right. So I don't know if anybody here in the room knows, but April 16th, 2006, the Pajaro River.
No, you can't, madam. Yeah, I've allowed everybody to have a little bit of extra time.
Mr. Chair, point of order. This is not a little bit of time. He's
Yeah,
gone at least a minute over
Well, that's
here.
at my discretion,
Okay,
Supervisor
point
Tiffany,
of
so
order.
he's finishing up. Unless other board members disagree, if you can please close it up, Herman, please.
All right. April 16th, 2006, the Pajaro River was named the most endangered polluted river in the country. In the country. Cheer, with its federal partner, NOAA, has managed to get it delisted with all the reclamation activities. And we want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Liz Malazzo, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at the hearing today. I would agree that there is no rush. Please wait until the election results are known. I stand today with the Mutsun Tribal Band and Chairman Valentin Lopez. The Mutsun people never signed a treaty with the U.S. government that was honored. They signed a treaty that was abrogated, never passed by Congress. They, as he spoke, so from the heart, they have endured genocide, 3 waves of brutal colonization. And that continues today in land use decisions by local governments. Their voice needs to be honored now. I support the statement of Chairman Lopez that the true history needs to be known, integrated, respected, and let that be the ground for asking, how will this site be cared for going forward? The current property owner merely paid money for the land. The Mutsun people have 10,000 years of relationship with this land. They maintained and stewarded these beautiful lands and waters. They took care of the rivers and the creeks. The pollution in the Pajaro River, the pollution in the gullies in this site, that's the disregard, the abuse of settler colonialism. They are not responsible for that. They are actively stewarding natural lands in partnership with state parks and with National Park Service, with private owners, with land trusts, Semper Virens Fund. They are leaders in ecological restoration.
Liz, we cannot hear, oh, did she get lost or did she log off?
Just disconnected.
Maybe give her tell if she could maybe hang up and then call back or something. We can give her some extra time.
Okay. If we can't hear you, so if you can maybe hang up and then call back, we'll give you some extra time.
Mr. Chair, I was watching the clock. May I suggest that if she does call back, we give her a minute because there was some silence there.
Agreed.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Brian Schmidt for Green Foothills, speaking in opposition to the project and support of the appeal. And normally when we're in situations like this, we're trying to figure out what can we say to be persuasive to the Board of Supervisors. It doesn't seem like there's much opportunity for that to actually be the case today, given the timing of this decision of putting this on the Board of Supervisors agenda. The idea is to make it impossible for the voters to weigh in through Measure Q on this project, and that is deeply unfortunate. Just want to state then that as far as putting this project in this area, that Measure K was an opportunity for people to weigh in. The public has shown how they feel about it. We do deeply appreciate the cleanup that has occurred on the project area, but there's a massive environmental footprint that is being proposed for this project, and that permanent destruction of the habitat, of the environment, of the cultural landscape of the Mutsun people is not worth the cost of that cleanup, however valuable that cleanup might be. And it is finally unfortunate that the applicants are pitting cancer against the environment. I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case. There are ways to fund cancer treatment. It should not be done in this manner. And by encouraging people to spend extra time driving to or driving around this area, you're actually increasing pollution and making the environment worse and making people's health worse. So while I have little hope of this appeal being successful with the Board of Supervisors, the right thing for the Board of Supervisors to do is to uphold the appeal and to turn down this project. Thank you.
It's not letting me.
Phyllis, you're not able to speak because you're using an old version of Zoom, so you'll need to update your Zoom.
No further comments.
Did Ms. Malazzo call back for her 1 minute?
Liz, if you can raise your hand if you still wanted to speak. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would ask you to, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to ask you to honor this appeal, honor the voice of the Amu Mutsun people, or at least put off this decision until after the election. I was very moved by Chairman Lopez's statement. I am entirely in accord with his statements that the true history of the indigenous people of California is not being honored, especially with this development. The Mutsun people signed a treaty with the U.S. government that was abrogated, that was never passed by Congress. They have suffered near genocide.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Kozmicki?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If I may, it's up to you, Mr. Chair, and the board. You received some late comments, including for Shoot Mahali, Mark Wolf, and another email by Benjamin Drescher. Just wanted to let you know that staff is available to respond to any of these comments if it is a desire of you and your board. If you want to do it now,
Unless we
or
want to
after.
take a break to be able to read these comments, because if they were just came in right now.
They just
Weren't they submitted prior to, well, this morning, because I saw them all this morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
got
thought
them
you
as
said
recent
right
as
now.
yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said this right now. So yeah, definitely. I mean, if it's the will of the board, we can have a thorough discussion about the even questions that weren't necessarily presented right now.
We have Ascent Development, who helped us with the environmental, who is ready to respond to those comments.
If we could just make sure that we reference the question and then respond with the answer.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes. We have Alta Cunningham and Pat Angel, who are here.
Who would like to go first? Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisor members. My name is Patrick Angel. I am the principal in charge of the environmental document with Ascent Environmental, and Alta Cunningham is the project manager that's with me today. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if you were asking us to actually speak proactively or wait for you to provide a comment, but we're happy to respond to any of the points brought up, both in writing as well as today. And
So do you have the questions in front of you, sir?
yeah, we have reviewed the material. I will let Alta speak to anything involving the tribal cultural resources, because that's her area of focus. I will speak in general terms of the major comments that were provided in our responses. There were some comments that as part of the environmental review process, when you get to the final EIR stage, the key aspect of the final EIR is to review the comments that were received on the draft and respond to them in writing. And they're supposed to be well-reasoned, good faith responses. While the opposition and the concerns have been expressed that we haven't done that, we respectively disagree that we provide substantiation for the input we provided. There were several comments made by the groups of concern that requested modifications to mitigation measures that we actually agreed with and made those modifications. But we would disagree that the responses were not in good faith. They were in good faith, and then they comply with CEQA. There were
So
some.
can you clarify really quick? So the question is that there was not a timely response, and you have evidence to the contrary, right?
Yes, well, not necessarily a timely response, that the response didn't meet the requirements of CEQA that's provided in the final EIR. We respectively disagree that our answers are based on substantial evidence, address the comment that's been raised. Just because you have experts that disagree on an issue does not make an environmental document inadequate. You can have experts disagree as long as it's been disclosed. So I'm hoping I'm being clear.
Yeah. So that makes more sense. Yes, basically what you're saying is there's a disagreement as to what the mitigation measures were, but just the same, you did respond to the question.
Correct. Another issue that was brought up late was on a topic called vehicle miles traveled, or its acronym VMT, and this is a relatively new analysis point that the law has been dealing with the effects of vehicle miles versus congestion, which was historically the way environmental analysis stressed this issue. The EIR and the traffic analysis provides a complete analysis of all the land uses and their VMT generation. The issue was brought up was the fact that the site, as part of its open space gravel area, may have some craft events or other sorts of events like that could generate traffic. That's true, but that's an ancillary use of the basic land use that's there, and the land use was evaluated. It also wouldn't generate any VMT above and beyond what was already disclosed in the environmental analysis. And we're talking about a circumstance every couple of times a year versus a regular daily traffic condition. It's only if you have a special event.
And just as a point of clarification, can Barbara address that? Because that VMT, what bill was that referencing? Because I know that has to do with now the planning process.
Joel Allen would respond to that.
It's a pretty new law.
65 degrees in here.
Well, the change in CEQA to evaluate traffic impacts by vehicle miles traveled was, I believe it's Assembly Bill 743, and it was passed some time ago, but it's taken a while for the planning community to try and figure out exactly how to implement that. And it's something that has been adequately addressed in the preparation of the CIR, and Pat could address the technical issues related to that.
I don't want to really have.
It's not a question of something that's so new that we haven't had a chance to really comply with it, but it does raise challenges because it is relatively new, and the science and the planning methodologies involved is evolving.
Yeah. And how is that, really quick, Joel, in reference to the I would imagine vehicle miles traveled, there's a certain expectation with, a residential area, but this is a freeway, right? So it's a little bit of a different.
Well, all uses have require VMT analysis, whether it's commercial, industrial, or residential. So the analysis may be different in terms of how you look at what is likely to generate trips that would, and then the source and the distance involved in those trips. But
obviously
a commercial
the expectation
use
would be different on a freeway. That's my point. The freeway is a different, right? You're going to expect more miles traveled because it's on a freeway, right? It's not off.
Well, the question is, will this use generate more vehicle miles traveled? And when the use is intended to essentially provide service to traffic that's already in existence, that factors into the analysis. And exactly how that occurred, I'll let Pat address.
It just seems a little bit contradictory, only because in my mind it's almost contrary to the desire for even the general plan to increase tourism. If you're making a special trip, that by default wouldn't it be the reason why you want them to make that special trip, so that they can actually enjoy that location and spend money in San Benito County? I mean, that's
Mr. Chair, can we just go to the presentation, because your conversations are kind of taking.
Yeah, this isn't a presentation, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Well, this is
now
a question
Q&A
from a
time.
letter that was addressed, and
Yeah.
I read the letter, and I have the concern, so I want to hear the
Yeah,
answer.
it's for point of
Yes.
clarification, Supervisor Gonzalez. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, now the EIR did acknowledge that the outdoor event center was going to generate a significant and unavoidable vehicle miles traveled impact, because it basically is a potential regional attractor that's going to draw trips that currently aren't coming to the site, and there is no way to mitigate that. We did offer some mitigation, but we can't offset the effect. Carpooling or shuttle system is basically the only way you can address that sort of issue for this unique circumstance. In regards to other items that are identified, there were some concerns about cumulative flooding impacts associated with climate change. The final EIR provides a rather detailed response on this issue. It identifies what studies have been done to date in regards to changes to flooding on the Pajaro River, and to date there is no definitive evidence on a substantial change in flood conditions as base conditions. It will of course continue to be studied, but at this point in time there is no evidence to suggest that there will be a substantial change. The project is also required through mitigation to offset its contribution to flooding impacts, so it will take care of its share of the issue. There were some concerns about documenting water quality impacts associated with the project and the current water quality conditions. The Pajaro River is identified through the Clean Water Act as an impaired waterway for several issues. However, while it's identified that way, there is a document that's called Total Maximum Daily Load. TMDL is the acronym, but it's basically the plan to clean up the river and the water quality. The measures identified in that TMDL are consistent with the mitigation identified in this EIR to address this project's water quality effects, which is things associated with infiltration basins, water quality control features, etc. There were some comments received in regards to biological resources, both in the appeal as well as in comments that were provided late. Our biologist has reviewed these. She respectively disagrees with their conclusions. They are bringing up the same issues we responded to in the final. There is some expert opinion being differed in this circumstance, but that the EIR adequately describes the impact, discloses the issue, and identifies performance standard mitigation measures to address the impacts. The last two items that were identified was wildfire. We have a mitigation measure in there that we worked with Hollister Fire on to make sure that it adequately addressed the project's potential to cause a fire hazard issue. And then there were some concerns that between the draft and the final EIR, there was a document prepared called a health risk assessment. It's basically a detailed modeling analysis on whether or not a project's construction and operational air quality emissions could present a public health impact. The EIR the draft had concluded this impact was less than significant. This technical document confirmed what the EIR had said, and there was concern that that information was provided in the final, and all it did was simply acknowledge that the draft EIR had made the correct conclusions. With that, I can turn to Alta on tribal cultural resources, unless you have any questions about the other items.
I had the question number 4 on the 154-page letter that asked about the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission erred in approving the project because the final EIR failed to comply with CEQA. But you just addressed that, and you said that it did. The process was followed.
Yes.
All the boxes were checked, and we legally did what we were responsible to do.
We disclosed the impacts associated with the project, identified mitigation measures. Again, there are differences of opinion amongst the experts, but that does not make an environmental document inadequate.
Right, and that was my concern, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, would you like Alta Cunningham to address some of the cultural resources
Please.
aspects?
Please.
Ms. Alta.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and board members. My name is Alta Cunningham with Ascent Environmental. As my colleague Pat spoke earlier, yes, there were late comments that came in and comments with the appeal related to tribal cultural resources, But similar to the biological resource issues, no new concerns were brought forward. Everything that was included in these late comments were fully and adequately addressed in the final environmental impact report. I wasn't sure if there were topics you had particular questions on, or if there is anything you would like to ask related to those topics.
No.
Okay,
Doesn't seem like it, yeah.
wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Kozmicki.
Thank you. So I'll just start with questions. Someone asked this question since the cancer research element is being included as a statement of overriding considerations, which means it's being included in the proposal as an official documented reason why the board is potentially approving this project despite the EIR's unavoidable impacts. So how do we ensure that all profits from this project will go to pediatric cancer research, and is the developer going to provide some sort of documentation on a regular basis to validate that?
I would defer to counsel for the applicant to respond to that question.
Thank you for the question. I guess I can respond by saying that the applicant's actions are important to consider here. The McDowells have donated millions of dollars to charity. They lost a son. They went to the ends of the earth for their son. The ownership of two of the three parcels here are in a charitable trust whose beneficiaries are cancer researchers. There are legal constraints on their ability to spend that charity's revenues on anything but those charitable purposes. So by law, they're obliged to devote the assets of that charity to those charitable purposes. I will also just direct your attention to the support in the record from multiple cancer researchers, some of whom have enjoyed financial support in the past for their research from the McDowells. Thank you.
Thank you. Who devised the statement of overriding considerations?
What was that?
Who devised the statement of overriding considerations?
Like prepares a statement of.
Who devised it? Yeah.
Yeah. So it is the lead agency in consultation with, in this case, Ascent Development, Ascent Environmental, who helped us prepare the environmental impact report. We look at the significant unavoidable impacts, and then we come up with all of the findings.
So the developer's consultant was actually directly involved in the county's statement of overriding considerations?
The consultant was the lead agency's consultant, which is our consultant. The developer was required to fund the cost for the consultant, but they responded to the consultant.
So they're being paid by the developer, and they provided aspects of the statement of significant overriding considerations.
Good question, Supervisor Kuzmicki. The developer pays the county, and then the county pays the environmental consultant. So they work directly with the county.
Okay. So what happens if the property or portions of the property are sold with regard to this cancer research commitment? My understanding is there'd be no requirement or expectation the project will continue funding pediatric cancer research if that happens.
I could address that, supervisors. The revenues from a sale would go to the same charitable trusts that are then required by federal law to, upon the death of the McDowells, donate the assets to the beneficiaries, which are cancer researchers. So a sale would generate significant assets for cancer research.
Would there be if I may follow up, would there be a requirement? Could the developer potentially remove himself or purchase the property from the current disposition and then sell it as a private owner? Could they potentially remove the charitable trust aspect of the ownership, perhaps down the road. I'm just theoretically.
I mean, if he were to, if the developer personally or some other entity were to purchase the property from the charity that owns it now, the charity would receive the revenue from that
They
purchase.
could purchase it for $1, couldn't they?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Okay. Okay. So just as far as statements, I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. First, I want to address this.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question regarding the follow-up question? The gentleman, it could be easily explained if it's a revocable trust or irrevocable. So can you answer that question? Because that might take care of your concerns.
Yeah, point of clarification you're asking. Yeah.
Yes, just point of clarification, not intrusion, just,
It's a remainder trust, so
Okay.
it's irrevocable remainder trust.
can you explain that legally?
It's
Well,
a char-
because I want to eliminate any ambiguity in this matter, period, and
yeah,
you are the source.
The charity is an irrevocable remainder trust. It can't be changed during the lifetimes of the settlors, that's the McDowells who set it up. And upon their death, all of the assets in the trust will go to the beneficiaries, which are the cancer researchers named in the trust instrument.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as far as the cancer research element, as much as I think any human, really, it goes without saying, admires the concept of donating profits for pediatric cancer research. I have a 16-month-old, a 14-year-old. I know others up here have children. Totally get that. I just think from a planning perspective, it's wildly inappropriate for the board to make any land use decisions based on promises to contribute toward a charity. It's a very controversial project. I don't think that's debatable, and it's obvious to me this concept is being used basically as part of the pitch to sell this project to this county to soften the blow, so to speak, with regard to land use concerns from the public. And I think we're setting a really dangerous precedent, frankly, by allowing this to be considered and included in the discussion. And I think even to go further, to include it in the statement of overriding considerations, to me is egregious. And I think it should be removed. So when we get to the point of having some sort of consideration here today, I would request that this board consider at least removing that from the statement of overriding considerations. I did speak with county council prior to the meeting and requested that it be taken out, or how we would be able to take it out, since there really is no actual proof that this will happen, and prevent, most importantly, the precedent for other developers in the future to use the same sort of selling point in trying to pitch their projects. And then secondly, on that point, if such a commitment was considered, personally, if we're talking about direct impacts on our community, I would hope that it would go towards something more directly benefiting San Benito County residents. Realistically, a few $1 million a year. Again, I do admire the concept, but a few $1 million a year toward pediatric cancer research is probably not going to put a dent, so to speak, in the effort. I would prefer, if anything like this is considered, that the developer would commit all profits toward the financially struggling Hazel Hawkins Hospital, which is filing for bankruptcy protection. When making planning decisions as an elected representative, just want to remind us up here, personal viewpoints shouldn't really play into those decisions. We're elected as representatives. Our job is to represent the will of our districts in this county. And when we encounter division, I believe it's incumbent upon all of us to work with all sides toward resolution or compromise when possible. In an ideal political environment where the public isn't dismissed so often, like we see here in San Benito County historically, if there is major opposition to a project like Bettable, what would normally happen? Let's just say we didn't have this history here of division and one size fits all, or one side is best and the other just is shut out. I'll tell you what happens. Compromise happens, or at least an attempt at compromise happens. And perhaps the developer agrees, in that case, to tone down certain components of the project, change components of the project, eliminate certain components of the project to make it more amenable to the wider public. Perhaps the county receives some sort of benefits not included through traditional planning. To me, this is finding common ground. I think that, as leaders and decision makers, it's the best trait you can have. When there is division, what can we do to compromise? And that leads me to the alternatives. We don't have to go down this route of dismissing 60% of our public's concerns. We have these compromise options. They're actually laid out in the EIR. We had them on the presentation up there. 5 options, alternative options, in response to the unavoidable impacts that we as a board would have to override to approve this project. And so when you review the EIR, significant unavoidable impacts, damage to scenic resources, loss of important farmland, increase in VMT, impacts to tribal resources. I believe it would be appropriate for this board to discuss those alternative options as a form of compromise. I would implore supervisors up here to consider those alternatives. If you choose not to, I believe we as a county are again dismissing the public's concerns, and we're deeming the EIR as an exercise of futility. As far as just briefly the history of the project, I don't need to go over it. We all know what happened with Measure K. We can all claim it was a zoning debate. Again, I'll say it was just 2 years ago. We were all there. We were all debating about whether we want to develop the nodes. We were not debating about intricacies of zoning. It is a ridiculous thing to say. I'm sorry. It really is. And actually to make that argument, you're actually saying that 60% of our public wanted fewer restrictions on the nodes. You're saying that 60% of our public did not want this more restrictive C3 zoning. They wanted a less restrictive form of zoning, and we all know that's not true. So let's stop being disingenuous. And as far as, I won't go through the numbers. We know that it was 60%. It was a landslide. And then there's this 6,800 square foot farm stand. It was egregious. There's no such thing as a 6,800 foot farm stand in reality. I openly and accurately predicted the developer would turn around and request exemptions to the farm stand rules requiring on-site produce. So now there's an acknowledgement it's not a farm stand by our own flawed definition, and the developer was able to successfully circumvent the rules. I think there's a magic shop being proposed in that building now. So that's not a joke, by the way.
I'm choking.
No, there's
I'm
a
not
magic
laughing, I'm
shop
choking.
being proposed in a farm stand, okay? That just really underscores just the ludicrous nature of some of this. It's a very, very large development as well. 108,000 square feet, 5,000 square foot gas station, 5,000 square foot convenience store, 2,500 square foot restaurant, amusement buildings, 116 room, 60,000 square foot hotel with banquet hall. This is not a roadside convenience store, gas station setup. This is a major, major development. It's going to be very noticeable. An outdoor event center for up to 500 people with 416 parking spaces. I don't know of any small commercial developments with over 400 parking spaces. Which brings me to my recommendation, which to me is about compromise. What's been lost in this debate, again, is that this is an all or nothing consideration. We can approve, either say yes to this entire thing or no to this entire thing. But the reality is we can approve one of the alternatives as a way to lessen the environmental impacts and compromise with the two sides of the public. Aside from the no project, the alternative, and the second alternative that also doesn't include the first two alternatives, the EIR notes alternatives 3 through 5, which have lesser impacts than the entire project. I would recommend we consider one of those 3, and I'd also recommend that we take some time, at least a meeting, to engage with our public and communicate with our constituents as to which of those alternatives is most amenable to our county. And I'll just say this, after all, that is how government is supposed to work. We are not supposed to completely dismiss one side or the other. We're supposed to work toward compromise when there's division. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I go next?
Supervisor Gonzalez.
When I prepared for this meeting, it was unlike any other meeting that I've attended as a Board of Supervisors in that I have been attending the planning commissions and I've heard the contention out there. And so I wanted to walk into this meeting with an open mind and look at all of the sides and all of the possibilities. So unlike Supervisor Kosmicki, who had his tirade all prepared, I listened to all of the speakers, and I took 5.5 pages of notes here today. And I take issue, Supervisor Kosmicki, with your comment about Hazel Hawkins Hospital. That's not on the table here. But for the record, I spoke with the treasurer of the state of California, Fiona Ma. I spoke with the interim CEO of Hazel Hawkins, and we are working to solve that problem. So that isn't the issue here. So that was disingenuous, your comment there. So going back to all the comments that were made here today. Mr. Lopez, I am 10th generation Californian. I am of Indian ancestry, and I hear what you said, and I swallowed hard with every word that you said. One of the speakers says that she doesn't disagree with what you said. What I do take issue is you putting that blame on this board. That blame is not here, okay? It is with the state of California, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs was established in 1824, and there is an agency, Cal Matters, that is addressing reparations to Native Americans. So I would urge you to do that. My grandma Gertie has a Bureau of Indian Affairs number. So there is direct lineage of my ancestry. I am not registered, but my grandma Gertie is. And so I hear what you're saying. But to disparage the mission, I don't disagree with you that it was genocide, but I take issue at you putting blame on this board. Now, the project, think about what the project was, the land condition that it was prior to Mr. McDowell's ownership. Mr. Garcia with Cheers was trying to tell us, and he's always so long-winded, he never gets to the point within a timely basis. Sorry, Herman, I love you, but you didn't get to tell us about the fish that's swimming in the river because of Cheers' efforts. He didn't get to tell us that Ryder McDowell paid for that to make it happen. And I understand that the Bureau, the tribal interests are there, and I tried so hard for one of you to convince me that there was a stake that I had to change my mind to think differently one way or another. And when I keep hearing the genocide, that's not the argument that's at the table here. The condition in the property that has been improved since its original state, somebody called it a landfill, a junkyard, a meth lab. I saw that for years and years traveling back and forth. Why didn't the tribal affairs, the interest, why didn't you all purchase the property? When my predecessor was here for 16 years on this dais, he was advocating a casino. Hell, I would have loved to have a casino. But the property isn't in the hands of the tribe, but yet it could have been. So shame on you for harping on us here. Me, a Native American, me, a 10th generation Californian. You said, why didn't we consult you? Why didn't you call me? I only came in communications with Ryder McDowell when this project was coming into fruition, before I became a board of supervisor candidate. And so I know both sides, okay? I really do. And so I was trying for someone to convince me to lean one way or another. The issue of it being on November the 8th calendar, that was not my doing, okay? That was staff recommendation, that was the admin, and it was given to us. So there's no hidden agenda here. This just happens to be the timing that arrives on our lap, okay? I'm a member of of Mission San Juan Bautista. I attend there. So I take issue with that as well. As I said, I took so many notes, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, if I came across hostile, but I'm just really angry. The reparations of the past do not belong on the shoulders of this board. And there's nobody trying to erase tribal genocide and so forth. As a matter of fact, at the Planning Commission, there was a question asked, and it was posed to you, Mr. Lopez, regarding burial practices. And you couldn't answer that. As a practicing member of a tribe, you should have been able to address that. I was waiting for you to answer that question for me, but you weren't able to do that. And for the record, I know that the land has been x-rayed and surveyed, and there's nothing there of tribal artifacts that would be disturbed. This whole adventure that has been happening with that property has had beneficial impacts to the community. And I love the fact that there are fish swimming in the rivers thanks to Herman Garcia and Cheer and his association with the developer, Ryder McDowell. Going back to some of the other comments, let me go back to my page 1, and I'm sorry, yes, I'm going to take some time here. I have the floor. The EIR and CEQA, I had to hear from staff and from council that this was followed to the T, because again, I'm looking for every stone unturned to make sure nothing has been shortcutted or circumvented, and I have my assurance that it wasn't. Somebody said that the project's beneficial to the community. I heard Valerie Eglin mention the trails, the walking ability, the ability for the people to get off the highway and walk and exercise. I know that the gas station is a significant issue, especially since 2035. State of California has to go pretty much electrical. But I just bought my vehicle 2 years ago, and I'm not going to spend another $80,000 to get an electric car. I'm sorry. I'm going to drive that car into the ground until it's dead and it can't carry me anymore. So I need a gas station. My mom's 84. She loves to go to Bingo. From Hollister to Santa Clara County, she loves to go to Bingo. And my concern is when I'm not driving her, she's driving that stretch of highway, dark, secluded, no gas stations, no telephones. What if she breaks down and she's not the only one that travels that road? Going back to the vehicle miles traveled, this is nothing new. We've been talking about it at COG and AMBAG and even at this board multiple times. So for it to be something that's just brought up like, oh, it's a new law? No, it's not a new law. Do your homework, okay? It's Highway 101. How many millions of cars travel that road annually? This is a way for them to pull over, get some gas, hopefully charge their electric vehicles since they're buying them. I won't be, but they'll be buying them, and spend money there at a potential tourist attraction, okay? So I take issue with all of the air quality, the traffic, the congestion. I just do. I look at the list of what the EIR looked at, and I looked at the issues of the concerns that the opposition had stated, and I think those issues have been addressed. I see them as non-issues. Again, I was looking for something. I listened to Ms. Clark in her presentation. Why didn't the tribe purchase the property? You know, I don't disagree about the subjugation and the colonization, you know, but as I said, I'm 10th generation Californian, and if we really wanted a tribal interest and a site, why didn't you do it before? The property now belongs to another individual. And thanks to Supervisor Kosmicki's question, we discovered that it's a remainder trust that's irrevocable. Irrevocable means it cannot be changed for the life of Mr. McDowell or Mrs. McDowell. Okay, so that question about can it be sold for $1, that's disingenuous, all right? So understand, I'm doing my homework. I did not come prepared at all to have any speech one way or the other. I'm listening to the facts because I get accused that I don't listen to the facts, and that's a lie. I heard Ms. Clark say something that the appellant ignored your concerns. And as I said earlier, the land was x-rayed. It was checked. There was extensive homework done to see if there was any kind of tribal interest artifacts that were there. Because I, as a Native American Indian, would have said something. I made sure that that was done. We already discussed the remainder trust aspect. I've already talked and spoke to Mr. Lopez's concerns, but I still say, why didn't somebody come to me? I've been an elected official since March of 2020. I was a supervisor-elect for 9 months, and I picked up the phone, and I had meetings literally from 7 in the morning to 11 p.m. before I got on this board. I did my homework. Mr. Prowse, thank you. Thank you for reminding us about CHEER and CHEER's efforts and what they did. And Herman said it was a junkyard. And I love that analogy, Herman, about do a walkthrough inspection before you buy a house. And I feel like it was sold a bill of goods. But now the benefit is to the community. There's a hotel out there, possibly, if that's in the plans. The revenue to the community, that's a possibility that it can bring, the tax possibility. I do have one concern about the ethnographic study. Why is that still confidential? I don't understand that. I believe in transparency and facts, and when I attended the Planning Commission meeting, my planning commissioner was raising questions that I thought were good questions, but I heard everybody say, "Shh, don't say anything, that's a confidential document." So I didn't see that confidential document until Sunday night. Here we have the issue before us this morning, and I just see the confidential document Sunday night. I call foul there. We need to be transparent in everything that we do. Going back to Mr. Jerome and the architecture firm, thank you. I love the vision, how you said the comparison to the vision and the layout. And I just ask everybody in the community to think of the existence of the previous state, the junkyard, the landfill that Herman referenced. I remember seeing that on the highway, and I always wondered what was being grown there. Little did I know it was illegal marijuana foundation and a meth lab. And I remember seeing the broken down trailers that were there. And what did Herman say? 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of trash? Oh my gosh. That's a benefit. That's being cleaned up. It's no longer in our rivers. Water is flowing freely from the San Benito River when it rains, and it's raining today, to the Pajaro, to the river, to the sea. And there's fish have come back. And from what I've heard is fish traveling back in the river is an indicator that there is true recovery happening in that environment. So how can we not see that as a positive? Again, Valerie Eglin and her reach perspective, the Pajaro River, the birding, the possibility to get out and walk. I talked about Herman. I'm sorry, Ms. Milzano, that you were cut off, but I'm glad we were able to hear you. Members of the public who spoke out, I thank you for your input. But again, I have not made a decision one way or another, but I'm listening. And I eagerly look forward to what is the consensus of this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the impassioned arguments from Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Gonzalez. I have looked at this in many different ways. I, at one time, did stand on one side of this issue, and as the project has progressed and changed, it also changed my mind. And so as I looked at it from a different point of view and different perspective. That being said, much like Supervisor Gonzalez, there are all sides of this that we do need to look at and consider. I appreciate, Val Lopez, your comments that you had. While I cannot claim any Indigenous heritage, I do have some past ties to the Northern Cheyenne Nation, where I had some firsthand experience there with some of the tribe members there. So I'm very sensitive to what you have said and the perspective that y'all bring. And so in looking at this was also something that was very important for me personally to look at and consider, knowing the background that I do have and some intimate knowledge there. And so all of those things considered, and looking at it from different things, I do have a particular question that I'm hoping staff can address, because it's been brought up over and over, and so I just really want it to be very clear to people. Can you please go over the timeline of this project? There's been accusations that it's been long. There's been accusations that it's been very short. Can you please give a brief overview?
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. If it's okay. When I came in here to the county in April of this year, there was discussions about this project. It was an application was submitted around that time, and this was about 7 months ago, a little bit over 7 months ago now. And we were discussing the preliminaries of it. We actually started with the review of the application, looking at bringing in a consultant to help out the county, to help us with the environmental impact report, because we thought in evaluating the application, we thought right away it's going to trigger an environmental impact report. So we thought, okay, let's bring in a consultant to help us as a county, payable and be paid for by the applicant. That's a typical protocol. And so then at that point, we started the preparation of the notice of preparation. Essentially, that is reaching out to the members of the public, all of the lead agencies, Caltrans, Air District, all the different agencies and members of the public, to let them know that we were starting a notice of preparation. We have this project that's proposed, and we would like to ask for comments. And that's when we post that starts a 30-day review period. And within that 30-day review period, the lead agency can have not a public hearing, but a presentation to basically address any comments from the public and for responsible agencies. And we actually had two. We knew the magnitude of this project, the comments, and so we wanted to have two at different times of the day. We had one during the day, and then during the week, and then we had another one in the afternoon. And they were both in English and in Spanish. Wanted to make sure that we were as transparent as possible and get all the information in as possible within that 30 days of the notice of preparation. After that, we got all of the comments, and we responded to those comments within the draft environmental impact report, and we addressed all of the different categories pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act that was shown on the list a little while ago in my presentation, and that Supervisor Gonzalez also provided as she was providing her comments. And that finalized a draft environmental impact report. And then by law, we must publish that draft environmental impact report, send out notification to all of the responsible agencies and members of the public within, by law, 300 feet, but we went a little bit over. I believe the minimum was 1,000 feet to all the property owners in the vicinity, and requested comments from all of the responsible agencies and members of the public. I believe that period ended in early September, around the second week of September. And we got all those comments in. We then worked on providing a formal response to each of those comments as provided in the final environmental impact report. That final environmental impact report was completed, and by law we have to have that posted at least 10 days prior to the public hearing, in this case before the Planning Commission. If you recall, it was around June of this year that staff came before you and provided an overview of all the different projects that were going on, specifically the major projects, about 18 of them, and that's not to count all the other 50 plus at minimum that we have on a day-to-day basis at the RMA office. But these 18 major projects, Betterabelt was one of them, and we indicated to you what the schedule was going to be, more or less, and asked direction from the board. The board basically indicated to staff to bring it as they come. Just process it and bring it as they come, and then present it to you. And from time to time, staff has provided to you updates on the department head reports of where these projects are, thanks to our CAO who's asking us to please keep you informed. And so then the Betterabelt conditional use permit final EIR was posted at minimum 10 days prior to the special planning commission meeting of October 12th. We had that special planning commission meeting. The planning commission was very grateful to work with us on essentially scheduling these special meetings, and the public hearing was heard on October 12th. Then there was a 10-day appeal period, and the 10-day appeal period ended on Monday the 24th. As you know, we got 2 appeals, and then per county zoning code, any appeals must come before you here at the board, and this is where we're at today.
Thank you. I also have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Did you or any of the staff, either working on the EIR at any point, feel undue pressure from the applicant, or any pressure, I guess to do this within a particular time frame?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Dirks. I must say, coming to this county, I am working with a great team. Steve, Ariel, Joel. I mean, it's just nonstop. Everybody's dedicated, hard workers, and I mean, we're an 8-hour shift is really just the basics. We go above and beyond, and so we took the direction from the board is just to bring the projects as they come along, and overall that's exactly what we did. Pressures we find on all projects. There's always something that comes in. We find that there is a significant impact, and so the pressure comes into what can we do to lessen that significant impact to a less insignificant? We do our best. We put our heads together to try to see what we can do best for the environment, for the community, and for all members involved. And if we can't find that, that's where we say, okay, this is significant, unavoidable, and then the pressure comes in to try to find those findings in the statement of overriding consideration to try to bring before you, to be as transparent, as clear as possible, and to provide you the facts so that way you as a board can deliberate and make your decision.
Okay, and so as far as the timing, did you feel any pressure?
No, not at all. Timing, we processed it as it came along, and the pressure was basically just all the work that it's involved. As you can tell, it's very, very involved. But yeah, in regards to the timing, we took it as it came.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have another question too, regarding the gas station. Supervisor Gonzalez brought up the 2035 commitment for electrical vehicles. Well, she will not be participating in that for a number of years. There are quite a few others. Is there any plan to put in some electrical charging stations currently in that facility? It was also something that came to us.
It was mentioned in there.
Yeah, okay. I just want to be very clear about that. Do we know how many stations?
Yeah, so right now it's per the building code. The proposal right now as it is, and that can change to be adopted, adapted to what the laws are. So it's at this time it would be out of the 416 spaces that are proposed, and then the open green area would also allow for over parking. There is an additional 22 that would 22 would include at this time the infrastructure for future electric vehicle charging spots.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure that was clear, because that was something that was brought to our attention via an email from the public as well. So for clarity's sake and transparency's sake, thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
I do appreciate the cleanup that has been done from Cheer in that area. I was able to see firsthand. I did go out to the project myself and take a look at what has been done and what some of the plans currently were to be done. I believe that impact is significant in a positive direction. I also do appreciate too that the project itself takes up 27 to 29 acres, but there has been easements put in place, both cultural and conservation, that are about double that size. And that, for me, when looking at land use issues, is a really big deal, to make sure that any land that we are taking up, that we are looking at how do we conserve for the future as well. So that is also something I'm taking into consideration as I continue to listen to my fellow supervisors in looking at how we're going to move forward in this appeal process. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Supervisor Dirks beat me to the punch, and because a number of the speakers here this morning have essentially accused this board of pushing this forward, and that's just absolutely false. As Abraham said, several months ago, he specifically came to us to ask if we wanted to put certain projects in certain orders or pushed one way or another. And we made a point to tell him, as he's just mentioned, that we did not, and just have it fall the way it did. So I'm glad that you addressed that, Supervisor Dirks and Abraham, because not anyone up here, and as far as I know, no one applied any pressure to have this push forward. From my point of view, I mean, this is a very involved project. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions involved. But I think the EIR process, I see in no way was it rushed. It seems extremely thorough to me. And so I just wanted to say that from the beginning. You know, as has already been stated here, you know, in particular, this Val Lopez's comments were incredibly impassioned. In fact, in the 2 years that I've been up here, nearly 2 years, certainly have not had anyone speak that was more forceful with their comments. And I think whatever any of us feel about this project, I'm sure that all of us felt very strongly about those comments. And, you know, there's no question, and like I think all of us, you know, we have all spent a lot of time on this project, very thoroughly going through all the documents, listening to the Planning Commission. I did again here. I listened in when it happened, and I listened to all the comments again, a couple hours worth over the weekend again. There's no question that, you know, for the Amamutsan tribal band, you know, this is an area of significant historical, cultural, and spiritual importance to them. There's no getting around that. But it is also true that, you know, there's unfortunately, there's no way that anything that we do, whether the project goes forward or not, there's no way that any amount of mitigation could right the wrongs that took place historically in this state, in this area, in this country, in regards to you know, indigenous people. Our history, it's an awful history, and but I also agree with Supervisor Gonzalez that that really can't be put on this board or on this county. With that being said, I do feel like, given the circumstances and given the importance of this area to this tribal band, that it is critical that the project, if it goes forward, it be done right, and that there's as much sensitivity as possible on an ongoing basis to their concerns. And as I mentioned, although I realize that the mitigation measures can never fully offset their concerns, I do believe that the cultural easements that has been negotiated, you know, as much as possible, has been thoughtfully addressed in terms of trying to address many of their concerns, to give them access to this property that has not been possible for many, many years. And so I see that as something that is a positive. In that regard, I do have a question. I'm not sure if this is for you, Abraham, or Joel, or someone else, but I know that this Tribal Cultural Resources Conservation easement, which for me is very, very important aspect of this whole project. I know that has been negotiated, although the Amamutsan tribal band at this point still opposes the project. I'm just curious as to whether there will be opportunities for further, whatever we do today, for further negotiations, further discussion to further address, you know, their concerns as best we can.
Yes, we have a form of conservation easement that has two aspects to it. One area is a general conservation easement, and the other is identified as a tribal management area within that area. And unfortunately, the applicant and the tribe were not able to reach a final agreement on the terms of those particular aspects, and there are still some issues under discussion. There is an offer of the conservation easement. It's being made to the county, and the county is assignable at a later date to the tribe. And the details of some of those aspects are still potentially to be negotiated before the final form of the conservation easement comes before this board for acceptance. And so the acceptance by this board of the form of the conservation easement is one element that's required before it becomes effective. So yes, there's still room for negotiation.
There's still room. So whatever we do today, there's still an opportunity to negotiate further and to add to the easement in some manner, if that's what's determined.
Yes, and I believe all the parties involved, county staff, representatives for the tribe and for the applicant, acknowledged that there's still openness to discuss the details. I would like to take this opportunity to respond briefly to, I don't know how briefly, to the question about pressure. With all deference to Mr. Prado, who's only been here a relatively short period of time, when I first came to the county in September of 2019, it was at the final stages of approving a zoning ordinance and specific rezoning for each of the 4 commercial nodes. And that was approved by the board at that time and resulted in Measure K, which only addressed the regulations for zoning. It did not remove the C3 zoning that was adopted. And I understood at the time that Ryder McDowell and his family had acquired this property in 2018. They had wanted to move forward with an application. At that time, there was a concept plan, but not an application ready in 2018. And they said they were informed by county staff at the time that they should wait until the zoning ordinance was adopted and the specific rezoning of each of the parcels could occur. And then Measure K rescinded the zoning ordinance that would have governed that application, and instead the applicant having the right to have zoning conform to the general plan designation with the commercial nodes applied for C1 zoning. They still didn't have a specific project application ready at that time, and that was approved. And there was controversy over whether or not an EIR was required for that rezoning, and actual litigation is still pending on that issue. But the county's position was, until we have a specific project, we can't really assess the environmental effects of the project. So when the application was submitted early this year, well, actually, pre-applications were received in 2021, and ongoing discussion about the process. The applicant was insistent that the EIR process be moved expeditiously, and expressed a desire that, if possible, to for the matter, if there was an appeal, that it reached the board by this date. I would say that Measure Q, the effect of Measure Q on the approval of this project is a legal issue that would have to be determined in the future. Measure Q doesn't necessarily cause this project to be approved or denied. So the effect of Measure Q on the approval or disapproval of the project by the board on the appeal today is really unknown from a legal perspective.
Thank you, Joel. Abraham, one other question I have, and then I'm going to make some comments. Supervisor Kosmicki brought up alternatives, and in going through the documentation, which is extensive, although there's reference and there's within the EIR, there are these different alternatives. I look closely for, and I talked to you yesterday by phone about some of this, but I look closely to see whether there had been by some of the people that are opposed to this project suggestions to look at alternatives, some of these alternatives. And although it buried within the documentation, there's some references about some of these alternatives. But I've seen nothing and have heard nothing in regards to looking at one of the alternatives, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, not at the Planning Commission meeting, nor here today as well, nor in any of the letters or any of the extensive, correspondence. So is that correct? And because that is something that I had a question about.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. So yeah, with the exception of alternative 1, no project development, that was expressed by some of the members of the public. No others were discussed and thoroughly discussed as an option. With the exception of what Supervisor Kosmicki indicated with his comments to look at.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And I realize that that's something that we could look at, but that does, I do weigh that fairly heavily, that it's not been raised as something to be considered. Although obviously the cultural resources easement is something that is very important and very critical to this project.
Abraham, can I clarify something or through the chair?
If it's the chair. If it's okay with the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You had asked whether any of the alternatives were discussed in comment letters, and I just wanted to bring up that we did discuss some of the alternatives, particularly the ones that would reduce the height of the hotel and that would remove the leach field from proximity to the lower bench. So that's, I forget what number it is, but it's the one that reduces the hotel and that removes the event center.
I think that's alternative 4.
Yeah, alternative 4 and consultation. And so just to clarify, that was discussed as a potential way of reducing impacts.
Thank you, Sarah. And we did talk about that yesterday as well, Supervisor Tiffany, in regards to we being out there last Wednesday with some balloons, kind of looking at the height, the 35-foot height of the hotel in relation to some of the scenic sites like Medicine Man Hill. So that was looked at. We couldn't really take a good picture because it was raining and it wasn't really good. But to that extent, those were conversations that were had, and we did bring out all the 5 alternatives, but with more consistency. The alternative number 1 was the one that was brought up by members of the public, and in this particular case, Shimahali.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. Let me just make a few additional comments, Mr. Chair. With all the previous comments and concerns that I've raised, this is a project that I feel I'm overall strongly in support of the project. To begin with, it's really exactly the kind of project that the county has in mind when it comes to placing commercial development along major thoroughfares. taking advantage of the existing traffic that's along 101. So this project and others potentially like it will generate much needed revenue in the form of sales tax dollars, which in turn can be then used to provide better services for our residents in the county. I've been up here speaking very passionately about the importance of more revenue for our county, so that we can provide better services, whether it be dealing with our roads or our homeless situation or the library or what have you. And I won't reiterate all that, but this is exactly the kind of project that I see as being a very important economic benefit, to our county. It's the first one that is along 101, and again with the with the traffic already here, I think that is significant. I'm also I'm enthusiastic about the quality of the project. This is not just a gas station that's going in here. We have a combination of retail, lodging, entertainment, along with the visitor center, an opportunity to tell a bit of the story of San Benito County and try to deal with tourism, which I know many people here, and this board and tourism is very important. In many ways, I see this as somewhat similar to what Casa de Fruta provides on 152. Unfortunately, Casa de Fruta is just across the county line. I think not everyone realizes that, so the San Benito County doesn't get any benefit from it. But I think Casa de Fruta, it's been there many years. Again, takes advantage of the existing traffic, and I think most people would agree that it's well done. I see this as somewhat different, but it can be a similar kind of thing, taking advantage of the traffic along 101. And I think the quality and the thoughtfulness of the design, I appreciate that. The other thing that it brings is, and Valerie touched on this, is that we've got nature trails, and so it's an opportunity for people to see this part of the county, which unlike some up here or some in the audience, frankly, I didn't even realize that there was the confluence of the San Benito and Pajaro rivers at that point until I went out and walked it, and to see what has been done in that area to, and this has been touched on, to clean up that area, because again, I mean, for many, many years, this was just an eyesore and a dumping ground for garbage, and I really appreciate the tremendous efforts that have taken place with Herman Garcia's cheer group and his efforts, and the McDowell family in supporting that. So, I think it's great that that's happened. I find it a little bit ironic that certain speakers and other people are bringing up issues about protecting the environment or biological issues when really there's been tremendous progress in cleaning up this area, but for the fact that which never would have happened without the McDowell family getting involved and the cheer and Herman Garcia getting involved. So I see that as a real positive. And then lastly, I did want to mention again that we've been talking about the cultural easement, but also there is separately a conservation easement, which is also really important to this project. And between those two easements, a very significant amount of property is being set aside. I believe for the conservation easement is something on the order of 62 acres, I believe. So I think that's all real important. And then lastly, I do want to mention that I think that the fact that, this project, if it goes forward, will, fulfill a dream of a family that, very sadly lost their son to cancer. As Supervisor Kosmicki said, all of us up here have children, and I think we can appreciate how incredibly difficult that is. And I don't know why that just because you're against this project, you have to question the motives of the McDowell family. I frankly find that a little offensive. You can be against the project, but to get up here and question the motives of the McDowell family in this, and it would sound like there's very strict requirements as far as going forward, so that the profits do go toward research. I think that's a very positive thing. And frankly, if other projects did something similar for the good of humanity, I'm all for that. I don't see what's wrong with that. So anyway, I don't get the concerns that are raised there. But anyway, those are my feelings. I think it's a very good project. I do feel very strongly that we need to continue to work as much as possible with the Amundsen tribal band to try to mitigate matters as much as possible, and if possible, to create even a more robust easement for their concern, to address their concerns. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. So I'll just close up really quick with a couple questions first. So it says important farmland loss, Abraham.
Yes.
When I was on that property, I didn't see any farmland, so can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, the Department of Conservation has a key in regards to what type of farmland throughout the state of California has its significance, and the significant aspect of farmland is the prime being that it's ready to be cultivated and it's good. Then there's other categories. Important farmland is basically areas are designated throughout the state, in this particular case, San Benito County and in the project site, where the land can be used for agriculture. And so therefore, even if we have mitigation saying that we will reserve ag land in other places to a 1-to-1 ratio to preserve ag land, really the reality is that it cannot be mitigated. Once it's developed, once it's paved over, it's a significant unavoidable impact. And so therefore we're just being very transparent and to the board that this is how the state is designated the land, approximately 27 acres of the area.
But my point is, and I appreciate the clarity, and I appreciate the being even extra cautious.
Sure.
But are you meaning that land, because it's grazing land, it's considered prime, or?
It's important farmland, because it can be land that can be cultivated, and so because
just the potential of being cultivated.
The potential of being cultivated.
Identifies it. Got it. But
you got it.
As it
Yes.
stands, it's just dry and kind of like grazing land, right?
Correct. So as mentioned, one of the alternatives could be that if there's no project, there could be a potential for like an orchard there, or other
Okay.
uses. Yeah.
Bas- So, because that's a big part of our county, right? Also.
Correct.
So, and to the comments that were made as far as the appeals, I mean, I really didn't hear any clarity from Mr. Curran as far as any reason that we violated the process, right? I heard a lot of opinions. Although I do agree we got to do what we can to work with the tribal element, I know that with this project, by default, if you think about it, if it hadn't happened, then that place would be a dump, right? It would have been, so the idea of preserving cultural and environmental interests, I would imagine it'd be better to do what the McDowells did to clean it up versus not. And all I'm hearing is we should shut down projects that are trying to clean up areas. Like, I just see a little bit of a contradiction there. But as far as like and I do take a little bit of an issue with the attorney mentioning perpetuating a genocide. I don't know what that has to do with the legal element of violating, that she has a right to her opinion, but that, I don't know how that pertains to us as a board making the decision. And yeah, it does definitely paint us in a light as if we're committing some kind of a illegal act. Really should have been, it was supposed to be referenced AB 52, right, which requires consultation. So AB 52, with that requirement, where am I getting it that we haven't met that expectation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Sarah Clark mentioned, and also Peter, we also as staff feel that it has been a very professional collaboration in regards to the AB 52 consultation, and we are open to continue that. Unfortunately, it's kind of reached an impasse at this time with not yet coming to a full agreement, but us as a lead agency are open. As you know, your board has designated Ariel Goodspeed, principal planner, and myself to be the representatives, and we are open to continue those.
Yeah, and just because the attorney mentioned there was no follow-up, and I mean, from what I heard, there was a lot of follow-up. So there seemed to be not a reconciliation to that statement.
They might have been referencing prior years, prior administration.
With the general plan back in 2013, I believe those conversations started, if I recollect Ms. Clark's statements.
But the actual negotiations was honored, is what I'm hearing.
The discussions for this particular project for AB 52 started, with this project started at the incept of this project application early April, May or so.
Because I remember having pretty thorough discussions with Joel about making sure that the process was honored and that negotiations with the tribes were done on the upfront before this project moved forward. So Abraham, I know we had an item, I can't remember, but we had an item brought forward that had many projects lumped together, and you, especially being you, and I appreciate again that your cautious sentiment, you brought these projects forward, and I remember Bedell being part of this.
Correct.
And your intention was for us to consider all these projects, which one should we prioritize or not prioritize?
That is correct.
Right? Can you recollect what the sentiment of the board was when that came forward?
Yes. So when that came forward before the board, we indicated all these major projects. I believe there was about 18 of them, and Bedell, as you mentioned, Chair Hernandez was one of them. We had others in there as well, and we just our concern was that we may have multiple major projects all like at one hearing, maybe 2 or 3 of the 18 in one hearing, and so we wanted to see if it was the direction of the board to prioritize them, if that was the case, and maybe just have one over the others, even though all 3, for example, would come before you at the same time. That maybe we get direction and we say, and you tell us, no, we want this one to be before the others, and your response as a board was, no, just bring them as they come, and and we continue to inform you and updated you. So, so we took that direction from you and have followed it as best as possible.
Okay. So yeah, the board basically didn't agree with prioritizing any project. We just, as they come, is what the direction was from the board.
That was correct. No prioritization. Just bring them as they are ready.
Okay. So yeah, and then obviously to clarify, the board did approve the opposition to Measure Q. The intent with that definitely was to make make it clear why we see this, why the issue, and as far as the actual element with the board itself is, it's still taking a very neutral stance as far as the information that went out with the intent of educating the public, because my argument independently has been there could be a negative consequence if the board didn't at least clarify to the public the impacts of that measure, and ultimately what that would mean for us as far as the accountability from the public if they said, why didn't you tell us these things were going to have a negative impact, right? So it plays, I think, into something that puts us in a tough position, right? Either way, there's going to be opposing opinions. But to clarify, too, I know that I heard about Measure K. I personally was impacted this as an individual, even outside my board position, where friends would come up to me asking me about it, or actually telling me, I'm sorry, that they voted yes on it, and it was because they were told it was going to shut down traffic and congestion and the developers that were greedy in our county. And I'm like, yeah, it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with actually a general plan amendment to be stricter. That measure was actually intentional, being more, ultimately more strict, right? I don't know if that's proper, but to ultimately make sure that it would be even harsher as far as the expectation with land preservation, the environment. So what my reason for mentioning that is because what the public was sold versus what they actually bought were two different things. And that was my personal experience. Not even me going out there, getting into conversations. It was people bringing these conversations to me. And that really opened up my eyes that whoever owns the narrative owns the outcomes of these decisions that are very detailed. I mean, we have a planning attorney just to point out that these things can get very complicated. So last is, I just think, we really need to ask the honest question is what exactly do we want? Do we want to see this county thrive, and what does it mean to preserve this county? Do we have zero projects, and does that amount to preservation when we have increases of inflation and costs, right? There's obviously all these negative impacts that are only growing. I know that I keep hearing that we should be supporting projects that are good, but no one can tell me what that good is. They'll just, they'll might create an idea as far as what that good is, but they're not bringing it forward. And that's my point is, so while the board has to make a decision on this, I mean, my honest sentiment is to preserve our county, to preserve a rural environment. I know we as a board have supported tourism as an element where there's an increase in revenue, but at the same time not being intentional about basically not receiving income, right, or revenue as a county to be able to support the services that are necessary for our constituents and our community. And that's why I think this is obviously a tough decision, but this is an important decision. And at the end of the day, my concern with even Protect San Benito is that they, basically are intent on trying to shut down. I don't think it's just this project. I think it's going to try to shut down every project, commercial project, right? Which, if you think about Measure Q, it has nothing to do with commercial. It has to do with shutting down. It has nothing to do with shutting down housing. It's going to shut down commercial. So that very problem is still going to be promulgated if we don't have any commercial projects. So, and I appreciate Herman, my final comments, and his intent to actually do a lot of volunteer work in supporting our county, and ultimately seeing the positive, the fact that he's willing to work with someone who someone might have questions about his intentions. That's Ryder McDowell, but the proof is in the pudding. The actual effort has been there, and the preservation of our community, the river being restored, right, that steelhead coming back. There's just too much good that came of it, and that's why I think whether we like it or not, we need more partners like that, is my honest opinion. So with that said.
Mr. Chair, one last comment.
Yep.
Go ahead.
We've heard also throughout the discussions about paths, walkability, and so forth, which is, that's the case. I mean, there is going to be an ability to walk around throughout the project site, moving forward with the project. However, just point of clarification, and maybe because of the in the notice of preparation, trails were actually proposed like the more towards the west and so forth. But just point of clarification, after discussions with pretty much all parties that have been presented before you today, that the trails are have been removed. They were not approved with the project. However, there is, some of those trails kind of went in deeper into where the easements are located, and so there is the ability to walk throughout the project site, and there is the ability of potentially bring trails, formal trails, more northerly or easterly on the project site. But just want to do a point of clarification that in regards to the trails, the walkability aspect exists, but not necessarily the trails that would be deeper to the west. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Yes, I just had 2 points. One is to also clarify that trails issue, and that was one element that was an illustration of the success of tribal consultation, because it was through tribal consultation and the potential for disturbing a tribal cultural resource that the trails along the Pajaro River and the San Benito River riparian areas were removed from the project. So that's one example of the results of tribal consultation and respecting the information that we learned from the consultation with the Amamutsan tribal band. The other point is, what is the decision point for you today? And you can act to sustain the decision made by the Planning Commission, or you have the option of considering either denial of the project or considering any of the alternatives that are listed in the final environmental impact report. However, if you do decide that you want to pursue one or more of the alternatives, that would require an opportunity for staff to convene and draft some alternative findings to address the selection of another alternative. The basis for the selection of alternatives is based on an evaluation that's included in the final environmental impact report and in the findings made by the Planning Commission, that the alternatives that are listed are not feasible. And there's a great deal of discretion on the part of the county decision makers about what is feasible. But the primary focus is, are they successful in achieving all or most of the project objectives, is the basis for making a determination of feasibility. And so that was the basis for the determination made at the Planning Commission level, and this board is at liberty to make a different decision as to the feasibility of alternatives, should you elect to do so.
I appreciate it. So what's the will of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I know Supervisor Gonzalez.
Are you serious?
You intentionally did that, Supervisor Kozmicki. Yeah, I was already seen.
I believe I was
Gonzalez.
first. County
I
Council.
have been
can
waiting
I have
for
I saw Supervisor Gonzalez leaning forward.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, so anyways,
I'm going to make the motion that we follow the recommendations of County Council and follow the Planning Commission's recommendation with this project. However, if we cannot come with a consensus, then I would like to look at alternative number 4 that was suggested by the attorney for one of the appellants. So my motion is to follow the recommendations of staff and affirm the Planning Commission's decision. And again, if we cannot find a consensus, then the alternative to look at alternative number 4.
so we'll take the first motion and then consider the next one.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to amend the stated motion. And County Council, can you please chime in? County Council, can you please chime in?
I just need to make sure we have a second, and I have the floor, Mr. Supervisor Kozmicki. So do we have a second from Supervisor Gonzalez?
Mr. I don't know, there's a lot.
There's a motion on the floor, that's why we just need it. And if it dies,
It needs a
that's
second or it
fine.
dies, yes.
Yeah. If it dies, then that's fine, then Supervisor Kozmicki can have his motion, right? But it's up to you guys.
And we potentially can revisit the motion, even if it dies.
Well, at
that
that
correct?
point, Supervisor
Yes.
Kozmicki would have the floor, and he would
Right.
have the.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I personally would like to flesh out this alternative for it further, but I realize there's a motion on the.
So there's no second.
Okay, so my motion dies. Respectfully, I understand.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we agree to narrow this consideration to alternatives in the EIR and table the item until a date certain so that we can engage with the public and staff can handle what they need to do behind the scenes about preferred alternatives from our constituents.
Is there a second to that? We can have comment after that second. So dies for lack of second. Is there another motion?
Can I make a request that we hear a little bit more about this alternative 4 before I make a motion? Would that be possible? Is that allowed?
Sure.
I don't know, Abraham or?
I'll have the consultants who helped us with the EIR, Pat Angel, to provide.
And I think the applicant should have the opportunity to address that as well.
And if it's the will of the chair and
Yeah.
the board to have the
Yeah.
applicant also
I think so.
address the
Yes.
alternative.
Thank you.
Again, Pat Angel from Ascent Environmental. So alternative 4 would modify the project design as proposed. It would eliminate the outdoor entertainment center. It would reduce the size of the motel to a total of 77 rooms. The movie screen would also be removed. This image is what the site design would look like. There was some interest by the tribe about completely removing the septic area. I'm going to defer this to the applicants, but the applicants have told us through their soil testing that you need some sort of septic system in that portion of the site. Does it need to be as large as it's currently proposed as part of the project? That's an engineering question, but there would be some septic system to that extent on the site. The EIR, excuse me for a minute, in the draft EIR, there is a table that identifies not just this alternative, but all the alternatives in regards to whether or not it has a benefit over the proposed project in regards to environmental effects. The EIR determined that with the exception of cultural resources, hydrology, land use planning, population housing, public services, and utility or public services, that it had beneficial impacts. It had less impacts than the project as proposed. Now, let me clarify that statement. That was comparing all the impacts. There were several impacts that the EIR identified that were less than significant, but the alternatives analysis acknowledges that this would even have further environmental benefit than the proposed project. Any questions in regards to the environmental analysis?
Seeing the significant impact to the project in a visual, I got to withdraw my intent to look at number 4. If it was specific to the hotels, that would be one thing in terms of the optics, but the amphitheater is considerable because it has an educational consideration. So I am withdrawing my preference for alternative number 4. Thank you.
So just a question, an engineering question. I don't know if Abraham would answer this or the architects, either one. Basically, what was mentioned that option 4 somehow doesn't allow for having a septic. How is that even possible to go forward with an EIR if you don't have septic?
I think the preference was from the Shumahali's lawyer, Sarah Clark, to have that septic removed, but the alternative indicates it because it's part of what the utilities that would treat the wastewater on the site. But yeah, if the preference was to remove it, we would have to analyze it, and we have also the applicant's engineer, Casey, who can address that a little bit more in depth, since they were the ones that proposed it and sized it to the proposal, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yes, my understanding is the reason for removing the motel or a portion of it is to reduce the septic and the impacts towards the south. due to the way that the site is laid out and the fact that there is a floodplain, to the south is where the septic system can go, where it will not be in the floodplain and have the least impact. So by removing a portion of the motel, you will reduce the size of the septic system by whatever that percentage is. So if you try to remove 33% of the motel, you'll remove 33% or so of the septic. But you can't remove the septic completely from that southern portion, as that is the part that is outside the floodplain, and that's the portion where engineering you can put a septic system.
So then the point is option 4, what is the scale of impact on the septic? It's
With option 4, reducing part of the hotel would also reduce part of the septic, because it no longer would need to serve that that additional 30, 23, 33, 39. It's going to reduce about 39 rooms from the hotel or so, and so that could reduce the septic partially.
But you would still have a septic.
But the requirement would still be to have it to serve the rest. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say you'd have to have a septic. Yeah. How would that impact the viability of the project itself, though?
Well, I'll defer to the applicants about that. The EIR's purpose is not to determine the economic viability of this. It's to evaluate whether it technically could be done and what's the environmental benefits. What this alternative was looking at was a way to minimize the footprint while still keeping some of the amenities, including the aesthetics issue about lowering the motel. There are other alternatives that look at other variations of this too. One that alternatively completely removes the hotel. Alternative 5 removes everything but the restaurant and the gas station component. So they all look at variations on how you could reduce the footprint to minimize the environmental effect. That's what the EIR is focused on. It's not economic viability or what works best for the applicant. That's not its job. It's a disclosure document.
Yeah, no, and I get that. You know, the reality of the question is, to a certain extent, I mean, even reducing or mitigate, I mean, based off of that statement, you don't have a project, you have no environmental impact, right? But then it becomes relative, right? And from what I heard from you, it's more subjective, the reasoning, and it's not because it's not mitigating it, it's because it's just somehow better.
It's reducing we still have to look at ways to reduce the environmental effect. So even though we have, for example, a significant unavoidable aesthetics issue, what can you do with an alternative to further reduce that? You may not be able to avoid it, but you still need to look at reducing the impact per the requirements of CEQA. There is information in the findings analysis that makes reference to some of the economic analysis that's been done about revenues anticipated from the site that are worked in here, but when you start looking at the alternatives, it doesn't explicitly marry up to that. But I'll defer to the applicants on economic viability of the project.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. The alternative 4, I should note, doesn't reduce wouldn't reduce the tribal cultural impacts to a less than significant level. So that there's still that issue. I understand the tribe maybe would prefer number 4 to the proposed project, but still is opposed to number 4. So it doesn't really resolve their concerns. I should note that the applicant submitted a letter when the alternatives were submitted that he's not interested in building the reduced project alternatives, including alternative 4. It's not his vision for the site, and certainly would result in with the smaller hotel and the lack of the event center would result in significantly less revenues to the county as well for those lost occupancy taxes. So the applicant is opposed to alternative 4.
Including the consultation, right? From what you heard, that they're not interested in 4 also?
It doesn't get the tribe to supporting the project, as I understand it.
So it's kind of mute.
Peter.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. I did have a question. It's about the adjoining property with the RV park. And when we were talking about septic, I've had a travel trailer in the past. And so I was wondering, how do they deal with septic at the RV park? Are we aware of that? Is there any kind of implication for that area? And how has it impacted the current property there?
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. Yeah, so that's a separate parcel, as you mentioned, to the north, and they, have. When a project comes through, we need to make sure that the proposal for the septic goes through our engineering department to make sure that it's sized up accordingly to to address the project. They provide that over to our engineering department. Their engineer does that, and then our engineer, Steve Loop, would review it, make sure that it complies with all the requirements, and then determines whether or not it's feasible or not. And if that's the case, then it proceeds. There's also a requirement that it is also reviewed and approved by San Benito County Environmental Health. And so Darrell Wong and his team also make sure that it's appropriate and it meets local and state laws as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's not retroactive, basically.
Just to point out, the Bettabell RV Park septic system is to the north of the RV park, located, adjacent to the intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I might suggest that Supervisor Gonzalez re-enter her motion.
I would be glad to. Then I make a motion that we approve the project as recommended by the Planning Commission as well as staff here today.
I'll second
That
that.
includes, I'm sorry, for the maker of the motion, that includes adopting the resolution as set
Yes.
forth in the staff report.
Yeah,
of
that's
the
what-
AIT.
As recommended by staff, yes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
4-1. Supervisor Kosmicki, no. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we move to consent.
There was board,
Oh, future agenda items. Can I call for a 3-minute break? Just
Yeah.
a
How
quick
about
3-minute
7?
break.
Can I? Yeah, maybe.
A 3 with the amendments. 120.
Let's see.
Okay, everybody, thank you for, we're officially back at, actually, we didn't close out the public hearing, did we?
It's closed, yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
So now we're on to future agenda items. I know there's 36 items we have to.
I think you had the Board of Supervisor
Yep.
items, announcements if you wanted to, or you could do it at the very end.
Well,
It's
it's
up to-
I thought it was the same item. Yeah, it's fine. We could do them at the same time. It's the same thing, basically, as those 36 items are
Yeah.
applying to the supervisor's requests. So, so who wants to go first? Supervisor Kozmicki?
Okay, I'll go first.
Go for it, Bob.
Okay, so as far as board announcements, just quickly continue with the Behavioral Health Department Director search of both Supervisor Dirks and I, as part of the Behavioral Health Board, have had multiple meetings in that regard and continue to keep our fingers crossed that, and I think we will have decision pretty quickly on that. Speaking of searches, I'm on LAFCO. I'm on the chair of LAFCO, and along with Supervisor Gonzalez, and we have a LAFCO meeting coming up this Thursday. We are looking for a new executive officer. We have an interview set up, I believe, on Thursday, which is encouraging, and so if that goes well, hopefully we will have a new executive officer soon. Attended a couple of, by Zoom, a couple special planning commission workshops, one on Lands of Lee and one on the landfill just recently. Also attended intergovernmental along with Supervisor Kozmicki. This last meeting focused on the second high school. And then, as I've said before, continued to work with a number of different agencies and parties to try to see if we can solve the Best Road water situation on a short-term basis, and we continue to work on that. I did want to, and this may be a question for you, Ray. I see where just in here recently, the governor has taken a position that he's withholding a portion of the homeless money to each county because he's not happy with county's progress on homeless. I don't think any of us are happy. I'm not sure that I agree with it. I mean, holding money is not going to solve the problem. But anyway, do you know if, I believe there may be some meeting coming up where we have a representative that goes to there. Anyway, that was just a question. I don't know, Ray.
Yeah, I don't have any more current information than what's been presented. I do know that the state, our association is meeting with the governor's office to address that. We'll be meeting next week at CSAC about it, I'm sure.
Okay.
We'll be
Yeah, I'm
discussing
sure.
that, yeah, at length.
I'm sure he hasn't made any counties too happy.
No, yeah. There's a lot of mayors and there's a lot of folks that are not happy.
Yeah. And then lastly, I hope all of us have voted, and as you know, this is a very important election for some more so than for others. And but it is very important, local election and regional and national. So I certainly hope everyone votes. And that's all I have. As far as future agenda items, I think you mentioned, Mr. Chair, that maybe we will walk through, kind of where we are on some of these. You and I only have a couple meetings left here. There's nothing that I would add to the list. There are a number of things that I am interested in. I know I'm a broken record. I brought this up many times. I think it's going to come before us, but definitely the affordable housing ordinance, setting of in lieu fees, impact fees, that's an issue that I'm hopeful will come before this board before the end of the year. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Cosmicki.
Three times the charm.
I apologize. Yeah.
It's all right.
It's like with my kids, sorry.
It's a funny name, so. So I had a meeting with staff and Supervisor Gonzalez with State Senator Laird in Salinas. It was a very productive meeting. Senator Laird will be our future legislator, assuming, he's still in office, I believe, in a couple years. We have asked him to, think ahead of that point, though, just see if he can still try to do some things for us in the meantime. I was at a listening session for the future San Juan Bautista Senior Center. Plans are moving along, and the group that's really spearheading that is looking at partnering with Jóvenes de Antaños, which I think is a great idea. And then, speaking of interviews for directors, the COG board is looking at tentatively interviewing a finalist for the executive director on November 14th. So again, hopefully all works out well there. And as far as intergovernmental, just to add on to what Supervisor Tiffany mentioned about the school capacity issues, I also broached that, expressed to our partners at the school district that I'm hopeful that school district consolidation can be part of those conversations. And also reiterated my point that any future Samuel High School District campus should be really bare bones academic facilities. As far as also intergovernmental, we were told that it's the county's turn next year to handle the clerking of that. So I just wanted to bring that up and get that out there. Sorry, Vanessa and
we've been meeting about
that. But yeah, so hopefully we can figure that out by January. And then just on a personal note, I got a website where I try to keep the public in tune with what I'm doing. It's ColinKosmicki.com. Not trying to do too much self-promotion there, but I put board meeting updates and things that are germane to just what we're doing here as a board. And then want to wish best wishes to all the candidates, all the proponents, opponents of whatever items are on the ballot today. And we all know that everybody's waiting till about 8:05 p.m. tonight. And then lastly, I do want to just really briefly mention, I was contacted by a TV reporter yesterday about the bankruptcy situation at the hospital. And I actually wasn't going to necessarily comment, and I decided to call back and just essentially let this reporter know, look, just, was very clear with the reporter that, look, there's a separate board of directors for the hospital district. It's really best, for them to comment on it. I did talk in sort of broad terms, and I just want to clarify because it's one of those things. My advice to all fellow supervisors is never open up a TV story or a story that you're going to be quoted in or sound bites right before you go to bed because you might not be sleeping for a while. Just want to clarify on the record that I thought the context was missing, and it made me sound like I was being particularly negative. They did the classic, pull 3 sound bites that are out of all the things I said. I strongly emphasized the board of directors thing. The supervisors have no involvement. I offered some basic background from a community member perspective about just the historical challenges the hospital district has had with finances in particular, especially in light of being a rural hospital district, and really focused on the community's lack of confidence in the financial aspect of the hospital, and that didn't come out in there. I just want the public to know that I am very appreciative of the hospital, having a hospital. I'm appreciative of the services that they provide, the doctors, the nurses, the staff members. I would never criticize any of them. I think they'll do a great job. And I've had personal experiences in the last couple of years. I had a separated shoulder, had to go to the ER. We had a baby that we had born at the wonderful Hazel Hawkins ward there. And I also recently had an ultrasound, and thankfully I'm okay. But I just want to make sure that that's clear. And I was trying to make the point that, the community as a whole, the county, the state, nonprofits, we all have to come together on this issue and provide whatever support we can for the hospital district, because we can't just expect our hospital board to necessarily solve this issue on their own. That being said, I wanted to recommend a future item and see if there's interest or not, to see if it's worth having some level of a presentation on the situation at the hospital, just in light of the impact it has locally and in particular on our staff members. As a county, we have to look out for our staff. And so that, I don't have any real specific recommendation, but a presentation on Hazel Hawkins, where are we at with this bankruptcy? What are we looking at going forward, and how might this impact our staff members going forward?
Your experience with the TV station is exactly why I didn't call her back.
I would second that. I think it's important for the people, for people in our community to know, instead of hearing rumor and innuendo. I mean, I'm sure they could go to the hospital website and get more information. Yeah. But I think if we can provide a platform and opportunity, especially since it impacts, every resident, it's our only hospital in the county. So it's something that we should all be aware of, kind of the ins and outs, and look at that. So I would support an informational.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, it's been a very busy couple of weeks. And Supervisor Kosmicki, thank you for that comment, because your interview came off suggestive otherwise, and so thank you for the clarification. It's important. And as I said previously, I met with, not in person, but by phone, with our State Treasurer, Fiona Ma, and she is looking at ways that we can help and the state can solve the hospital problem. So I put her in direct contact with Mary Casillas, the interim CEO, and whatever we can do as a county, definitely I would recommend that we do that. But I think right now it has to go before LAFCO, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody had said that LAFCO, so it might be a future agenda item under LAFCO with the hospital district. The MSRs, it's supposed to be done on a 5-year basis. It sounds like the hospital, may or may not. So that's a future issue that will come up, but is neither here nor there now. I attended a prevention roundtable that's been happening every 2 weeks with the City of Hollister Council Member Vice Mayor Rick Perez, and I sent an email out to you. If anyone's going to attend it, let me know, and then I will step back. But I know Supervisor Hernandez has been able to attend at least once. I attended the first 5 in What's in Your Center, and again, this is regarding the resiliency network that this board had set a resolution, and there's going to be a community center that belongs to the whole entire community. So the efforts and the campaigns are going to be put out there, but I'm excited that both Supervisor Dirks and I are part of that. Let's see, so we went to the campaign kicked off. I attended the Seminole County Chamber Mixer on the Wednesday before Halloween, and that was so fun. I just wish more people had attended. Maybe midweek to have a Halloween party, not such a great idea, but the costumes were great. It gave me the idea to come dressed as Queen Bee. So Queen Bee was the judge for the Halloween costumes on October 31st downtown. I attended a Little Hoover commission via Zoom out of Sacramento, and that's an interesting prospect. I just received an email on that one, and it looks like that might be something I'll be reporting more about. I attended a meeting regarding the Valley of Anza presentation, and potentially that might be something I can bring to the board for a future agenda item, but it's premature right now. But I did attend that meeting, and I brought a flyer that looks like this. For Supervisor-elect Sotelo, and I gave that to her this morning. Let's see. I also did attend the meeting with Senator Laird at Rancho Cielo with Supervisor Kosmicki and San Benito admin. But during the tour for the Business Council there at Fire Clay Tile last Thursday, Senator Caballero's representative said that Senator Caballero will be still representing us until Laird is seated. Now, we'll get the specifics and the fine tuning of that, but she is keeping us embraced in her area of coverage. So we aren't going to be without a senator per se, because I know that there was some concerns there, because Laird won't come on for 2 years, and there was concern that San Benito County was going to be in a void in terms of representation. As I said, I attended the Business Council at Fireclay Tile, that was awesome. I attended a meeting, the Pajaro River Watershed, and again, that was in preparation for today's meeting with the Bedabel, because I wanted to see in terms of what exactly is going on with the Pajaro River and the endangers aspect. And so I'm really, really doing my homework to make sure that we as a board, whatever the decision was going to be today, was encompassing all of the aspects. As I said previously, I attended both the regular and special planning commission meetings, and I keep attending them because I have faith that we, as elected officials, adequately chose individuals that are going to represent us at the planning commission, but I like to hear the comments, both pro and con. And then on Sunday night, I attended the Farm Bureau 100-year anniversary out at Swank Farm, and that was a double whammy for me of two new events. One, I had never been at Swank Farm, especially the barn. I had heard a lot of things about it, but I was always cautious of going there and maybe indulging and then having trouble getting off the highway, but no concern whatsoever. Beautiful location, and we got to market that one a little bit more. And then it was also my first time to do anything with the Farm Bureau, so Swank and the Farm Bureau, two whammies, two new things in one. I greatly appreciated that. Tomorrow, as I said, just a reminder that roundtable meeting with the City of Hollister, Vice Mayor Perez. We're looking at law enforcement involved, Hollister P, Sheriff, Fire, ambulance, a doctor out of CHOMP, some of the local nonprofits, religious entities, but we're just looking at a way that we as a community as a whole can treat the overdoses and the deaths of the fentanyl crisis that's on us. So if any of you are going to attend, let me know, and I will gladly back off from that meeting so there aren't more than 2 supervisors at that meeting. Okay? And then again, LAFCO. At the LAFCO, Cal LAFCO conference in Newport Beach earlier in October, Elias Salinas and I gave applications out to whoever inquired, and it sounds like that there might be some applicants from that. So I'm excited to see and hear at the LAFCO meeting as well this week. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you, Chair. As Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, I went to the First Five Resiliency Network. It was great. They had a great turnout. I'm really excited about the prospects of that and moving forward, and I'm really happy to be a part of that. I met with some constituents out at Lover's Lane, and we went down and took a look at kind of what it looks like currently, what some of the concerns are as far as the engineering of the levee down there, and then, appropriately here it is raining. And so I want us to be really proactive. District 1, this is a really big issue, and we really need to make sure that we're addressing long-term solutions for that, so that we don't have flooding as we did in 2017. And so I really want to make sure that we're addressing that proactively. As I've learned in the last year, government tends to move very slowly. So if we can start now, then perhaps by the time we need it, then we'll be able to address some of those issues and concerns as well, and be proactive leading up to that as well. I attended Fall Festival at Spring Grove. My son goes to school there. It was a really great event out in District 1. It's open to the community. I was able to bid on some cakes at the cake auction. So that was a lot of fun, and we were able to enjoy those. My son also attended science camp through Spring Grove as well last week. And it was great to have him come back and be concerned about some of the things that we're doing in our community as far as recycling goes, and making sure we're composting. And so we had a conversation about the green waste bin. So I think that was great. And then also to behavioral health, we continue to meet. We have a meeting again tomorrow morning regarding the director position. So hopefully we'll come to some sort of consensus conclusion, and that will be moving forward in a quick-like manner. I know it's a number one concern for, especially Supervisor Tiffany and myself and Ray Espinoza, making sure that we're, moving forward in that direction. I attended via Zoom the Pajaro Compass meeting about the watershed, And while there wasn't too much specific to San Benito County at that, there was a lot of other things that influence that area that we need to be concerned about and worried about and looking at. I too went to Fire Clay for the business council meeting, and that was really informative. It was the second time I'd had a tour there, but the first time since their expansion was in place. It's really great to see expansion of current business here in the county, and I think it's really important that we continue to support not just new business, but current business and expanding and providing opportunities for our community members to have a place to work so they don't have to travel as far away to do that. I too was at the 100-year Farm Bureau dinner on Sunday at Swank Farms. I have been out at Swank Farms a number of different times. It's in my district. It's a great asset to the community, and they're adding a lot through agritourism by using that facility. And so I really encourage anyone who hasn't been out there to go out there and take a look and see what they have going on. And congratulations to the Farm Bureau and their 100-year anniversary. It's a huge endeavor. Greg Sweat was honored, and Supervisor-elect Sotelo was also honored indirectly, kind of against her will, but as she transitions into this new role. And so it was obvious how much the Farm Bureau and the community has really embraced and her, and that education she'll bring to the board, I think, will be invaluable. And then the Housing Advisory Committee, Supervisor Gonzalez and I were here yesterday doing that as well, and we heard a lot about the homeless youth in our community. So I think that is something that I'm going to want to bring as an item. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second, but really I think it was an eye-opening experience, and we really need to look more at the homeless youth in our community and how we can support our school system with that too, as we look at just the general issues of homelessness, which is a huge concern for everyone on this current board. And then just reminding people to vote today. You have until 8 o'clock. I hope the rain doesn't impede some people. So take advantage. You can just drop your ballot off if you don't want to stand in a line. And then also too, Veterans Day is coming up on Friday. LULAC is doing their annual Veterans breakfast at the Vets Hall at 8 a.m. So please make sure that you take some time, whether you're there or in another capacity, to honor veterans that in and around your life. And that, I think, is all. And so that brings me circling back around with the Housing Advisory Committee, and just taking a look at maybe getting some more firm numbers and coordinating with the San Benito County Office of Education, and looking at how we can make sure we're cross-referencing resources and information, so that not just our departments, but they also have an availability to what we have, and can disseminate that information as they encounter people. They have a really great program right now in place where they can temporarily house families who have lost housing for 5 days in a hotel situation. But as all of us are well aware with the homeless situation, it can extend beyond those 5 days. So whatever we can do to make sure that our resources are linked to their resources to provide stability to the children in our community, I think is really important. Do you have anything to add, Supervisor?
Yes, in the conversations that we had yesterday, I understand, from legal counsel that we were going way beyond our scope of authority within the Housing Advisory Committee. And so I don't want to delegate staff to another assignment, but if we can find out if there is already a study that it has been conducted by the county, one staff, one department, one or another, maybe Health and Human Services, but in terms of tracking the homeless, and then what is missing and what we as a county can do to kind of bridge those gaps. And so we were kind of concerned that in our conversations, we were cautioned that we were overstepping our bounds. Yes, so that's just it,
Yeah.
I would support it, but I also wonder, is that something we can give consent, just have staff maybe contact Crystal Lamonto and at least engage. I would also support bringing it back if necessary, but just to have,
Yeah,
HHS
exactly.
get in
Yeah.
touch with the Office of Education and iron out the concerns that Supervisor Dirks and Gonzalez have raised.
Yeah, we just didn't, the two of us didn't want to take that direction. We wanted board will on that.
Okay, so I'll be brief. I don't have anything to report. I just wanted to go over do we want to move those 36 items to the next board? I mean, there's a lot there. I don't think we just added anything, so there was no amendments to those items.
Deal with all 36 items in the next board meeting? No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
I know you didn't mean that. I'm
Well,
just
I would suggest we're all here, and let's hear from the public, and let's just knock them out. Yeah.
Deciding which ones we want to continue.
Yeah, really, it's more about
So if there's some that you want to pull,
prioritizing.
but there's some that you want to pull, then let's pull those and address the items that have been pulled at the next meeting. But let's pass the ones that we have no issue with. I have no issue with any of them, so.
Yeah, so to clarify, it's just really like, which ones do we want to keep and which ones do we not? And that way, there's a clean slate, I think, for the next board.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend perhaps at the next meeting or giving us an opportunity to go through them and sort of, I didn't focus in on that in this particular meeting. I didn't go
Okay.
through the list and
And
say
I
this is
think
good or
maybe
bad.
staff could go through and try to give a little bit more detail about each one, and some of them are where the progress is too.
Yeah.
'Cause we were
And I
talking
think there
about
was
that before
questions
the-
about the redundancy of some of it, if they already applied to a certain committee. So maybe you're just cleaning up that list and getting ready for the next board meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a couple that have already been
Done, I
completed,
think.
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, but maybe a more complete report, and as Supervisor Mickey said, opportunity for us to see what is prior. I mean, obviously, our next meeting will be our second to the last meeting unless
Yep.
we have a special meeting. So hopefully, maybe at our next meeting, a few of those can be knocked out as well. Maybe, possibly, maybe not.
We're working very, very hard.
Okay.
So,
But, you just keep in mind, we have CSAC the following week. We have a holiday this Friday. So there's then there's not a lot
I
of
get
time
you.
till the
Okay.
till
Well,
the
maybe-
following
maybe
meeting.
will be
But
the,
we
maybe
will-
it'll be the meeting in December.
but still, staff is working on a lot of the items. So
December's usually fairly light, besides the organizational, right, I believe.
yeah, well, it's typical, but we have a lot of things on our plate. So it might be a little bit longer meeting in December. So we'll see.
We got a new board, so.
As I said, knock them out while we can. We're here.
Yeah,
You know, we're
so,
here.
all right.
So we'll bring that back at the
We'll
next
bring it
meeting.
back.
Yep.
All that said, so if we can, we're gonna go over consent, so if there's any items, actually, before I go to the board, if we could please go to public comment, if there's any ones that the public would like to address.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Bringing it back to the board. Any of concern?
Oh, consent? Polling?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 2.4 and 2.8.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 2.6. I just have a quick question in that regard, and 2.7.
Okay, going once, going twice, if I can get a motion.
I'll move that we approve consent items 2.1 through 2.10, with the exception of 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. So 2.4, Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, so the only reason briefly I brought this up, this is the board meeting schedule for 2023. And I promised I had this planned before Ms. Salinas got up and spoke. I know we've talked in the past about perhaps adding a third meeting as a special meeting or regular meeting in order to have time in particular for some of these presentations or even some of these more generic future items that come up that maybe don't necessarily necessitate staff spending, endless hours on, but at least to get the conversation started on some of these items. So I just wanted to bring that up, to see if there's support for at least being open to adding, whether they're special or regular meetings, a third meeting. Maybe it's every month, maybe it's every other month, but I do feel like, I think the example of having 30 odd number of future items, we're an ambitious Board of Supervisors. I expect next year's Board of Supervisors to be just as ambitious. And I'm just hoping that we can at least have an open mind about having a third meeting, whether it's every month or every other month, for a specific purpose, which to me might be presentations or some of these items that take a huge chunk of time.
I would second that for you, yes.
Or you can just be shorter.
So I just have if I may respond to that. So just so the board is aware, the beginning half of the year, we do have almost 3 meetings a month for the first 6 months. There's our typically what we ask the board is to reserve every Tuesday.
Yes.
Every Tuesday, even on the off Tuesdays, because if there's something that comes up, if there's a continuance of a meeting, whatever, we should continue it to the next Tuesday. So that's what we've asked prior boards. Want to make sure that the board is aware of that. Now, we have a lot of committees, we have a lot of ad hocs. We want to have the board be a part of the process. So those are now becoming like meetings as well. We're having to videotape them. We're having to do, just a lot of things. So associated with it. So there's a fine line with regards to the amount of staff we have and the obligations that we have with the meetings. We're obviously open to that, and I have no problem with doing a third meeting, but we're going to have to pull from somewhere else with regards to staff time and the energies that go into all the things that we're doing. We're going to have to pull from somewhere else. So, and maybe what we could do is really scrutinize and analyze that this next year. I hate adding another committee, but at least having the board involved with that to understand how much work goes into the meetings, I think is something that the board needs to understand. Now, one of the things that the clerk and we have had many discussions about this, there's pros and cons to having more meetings or less meetings.
You have more relaxed time to talk a lot.
No.
Jeez.
No.
Conversation over here,
I
right?
know. No, just the fact that, setting up the meeting, agendizing it, and everything, there's a lot to the behind the scenes of that. As well as the behind the scene agenda, just to get the items on the agenda, there's a lot of behind the scene work that goes into that. We don't have the depth like some of our surrounding counties do that have A and B teams for clerking meetings. We have one team. So other counties have it every week or every other week, 2 times 3 or 4 times a month, but they have 2 teams doing it. We don't have that. Mm-hmm. So
Ray, a question, and of course I won't be on the board, so it won't affect me. But what's the trade-off? And I think that one of Elia's comments, and this may be you're coming from this as well, Supervisor Kuzmicki, the trade-off between more frequent meetings that are shorter versus not as many meetings.
Today was a short meeting.
You're right.
One item.
Debatable, although.
Well, right.
I get it.
But in other words, it's not. If we have 3 meetings, we're not. I think the point is, it's not necessarily more stuff. It's that you're spreading it out over 3 meetings. I'm just curious, from your point of view, 3 meetings. Is it? You might as well. Is it easier to have 2 and cram it and have long meetings, or is it? I'm just because that's part of the trade-off.
Ray, can I help you here a little bit? When I was chair and we looked at the ad hocs and the regular scheduled meetings that were Brown Act meetings, and we saw all the work that had to go in with every meeting that was more than just an ad hoc, it became very cumbersome to staff. I did see that firsthand, and so I agree that with possibly if we kind of talk as a board to see if we organize them different. I like Elia's solution or suggestion is maybe all the consent on one day, all the special meetings on another, where they're specifically looking at just specific items. It might be something that we can kind of crank out and be more effective. I don't know yet, but I do know that there was a tremendous amount of work that fell on staff and the clerks when we went through our ad hocs and our committee meetings, and we discovered that we were having ad hocs that legally probably could have been considered standing committee meetings. And so it created a lot of work on the part of staff, unintentional, but rightly, it's what we had to do to follow the Brown Act. So I understand that, but I also see what Elia's suggestion is, and that's why I second Supervisor Kosmicki's concern. And maybe this calendar is already in place, but as long as we as supervisors and supervisors-elect understand that Tuesdays are board days, whether it's a calendar day, a special meeting day, if we keep our Tuesdays reserved for the entire year 2023, that might address most of the concerns. Yeah.
And I think staff could look at it and say, you know what, if the board's amenable to that and the new board as well, then what we could do is offload some work for the following Tuesday. Kind of what you said, Supervisor Gonzalez, with regards to maybe consent, or we have too many items. I mean, we knew today would be a little bit longer just because it was one item, but we kind of knew the content was going to take a little bit longer, so we knew that. But still, typically, and this is just an example, and I'll have to choose my words wisely. Consent should be consent. Most counties don't pull any items off of consent most of the time. We pull a lot of items off consent. It's almost the same amount that other counties hear in regular agenda items. So, I think it's a combination of many factors that maybe as a whole, as a team, we could work together to try to streamline it when we do have, if we decide to go with multiple meetings a month, more than just two, I think there's going to be something that we need to do on, shortening the meetings, because the meetings are going to be long still. They're not going to be half a days. Just based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean,
they just want to get lunch more often. That's why.
Hey. I'll take a short meeting over there. But to Ray's point, we don't have to say something on every item. Like, technically, we are saying something when we support. Right. That means we don't have an issue, and there's no questions, right? If the public raises a question, that's separate. But ultimately, us as a board, right? My experience has been is our preparation is prior to the meeting. I have my questions with my CAO or staff, depending on the department. And ultimately, at that point, if there's no questions, then when the item comes forward, then it goes forward as there is no questions, right? And that says a lot, I think, and it increases efficiency. I think sometimes, and I joke with you guys, but I think sometimes we like to be very redundant and stretch out something that could have been said more with less.
But I also preface, I also understand there's certain things that we need to maybe make an announcement to the public. So I get that.
Just prioritizing that.
I totally get that. I also get that we're all busy, maybe you didn't get the answer, or maybe something came up and that the item needs to be pulled. So I get all that. I just think having it every week or 3 times or more a month, I think that it's going to be tough on the clerks. It's going to be tough on everybody. But I would suggest, if we can, maybe just highlighting every Tuesday as a potential board day. And then I think with us, we'll look at that. We'll try to shorten the meetings the best we can, and we'll may have we'll come back to your board and say, look, we're going to add some meetings on those Tuesdays.
Supervisor Dirks.
Thanks. Just real quick, I've been kind of watching Vanessa out of the corner of my eye. And so I do want to be really mindful of people's time, and I want to, kind of circle back. I think we had decided at one of the leadership meetings that if we would take a vote at like 3:30 or 4.
Well, the governance meeting.
Yeah, and talk about do we want to continue on, or do we want to move this to the next week? And so I'm still in favor of that, and that goes with what Ray is saying about, let's reserve Tuesdays, and if we need to move it on, because I think really what I think I heard you say is it's the preparation time for a separate meeting. And so if it's a continuation of the agenda that's already happened, then perhaps there's a little less that goes into it. I don't know. But I'm kind of speculating there. And so I think also, too, I just am wondering, I mean, we have our department heads here a lot. And so how often are they out of the office not doing what they're supposed to be, answering my code enforcement questions?
Yeah.
No, I'm, but Steve's like, he sees me and runs the other way. No, but in any case, I really think that, I want to be mindful of staff time. We do have staff shortage. At the same time, there's transparency to the public and making sure that we're getting information. So if we can have that, I circle back around to that governance meeting, and maybe that's the solution. Part of it is, continuing that on just a
Supervisor Cosmic.
And I'll try to be brief. I think I actually think I know the solution here. I think we have too many ad hocs and commission meetings, and you get rid of a bunch of those ad hocs and commission meetings, then we're all coming together here. We don't have to go through the two people that are giving a recommendation. Let's just have the conversation at the board level. I think we could perhaps flush out at the next meeting when we do the future items which committees, ad hocs we want to go forward and which ones are priorities, so that staff understands. Because I feel like some of these ad hocs, everyone's meeting, and we're not even, these things are never coming back. A lot of it is just not an overly efficient use of time, and that is a lot of department heads that are taking part in those meetings as well. And so on the part about Peter not wanting us to talk at all during meetings.
No, not at all.
We are public officials here, and the public does expect, there are nuances to some of these things. Even today's thing, for example, if I just came out and voted no, you wouldn't have heard me say I'm not trying to go backward, but just as an example, there are nuances to a lot of this stuff, and we really didn't do. I know there was an intent to do special meetings and leave that open, but we really didn't do that in the last 2 years. We maybe had. Maybe one, I don't even remember if we've had a special meeting, setting aside those Tuesdays, that whole issue. We really don't do that. During
COVID, we had a lot.
We did during COVID, right? Because of COVID,
last 2 years, we had a tremendous.
And that's not criticism at all. I'm just saying, if we're going to use that as the template, then it should be clear that let's actually do that. Not, let's set aside Tuesdays, because we probably are going to have one a month when we do that. Yeah, that was my only thoughts. The main thing is just, I think, too many ad hocs and committees, to be real honest.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more point, Mr. Chair. In prior days, the consent item was in the beginning of the agenda. And what was happening is that the board were pulling, a lot of items. So what ultimately happens, we have scheduled speakers with kind of time slots. And when we're discussing consent all the way till 2 or 3, and then we finally get to a regular agenda, that's what was consistently happening. And we had to then move consent to the back of the agenda, but guess what? Now the department heads are having to wait. And some of them, I've been, listening online, so that, they work at their desk, are doing their job, and then they come in when they need to, so that there's been some flexibility. But I think that's something that we also need to really evaluate is consent. What items should be on consent, which ones should be on regular. I think that should be maybe a future discussion. If you're going to be pulling those items, let's be ready for that and put it on regular. So anyways, it's just a side point. I just wanted to, make sure that the board understood kind of what happened or what we used to do, and kind of now why some of the department heads are sitting in the chambers.
Yeah. Yeah, just final point. I mean, for me, it has nothing to do with the board not speaking. It has to do with efficiency. There's a lot of impacts on efficiency, managing staff, managing time. You add an extra meeting, you're adding actually more time to the same content, right? So you're being less efficient, in my honest opinion. At the end of the day, we need to say what we say and finish our point, right? And I think ultimately, as we get good at that, then you're going to find that we're going to have a lot of time for the tough issues, the more important issues. And so a lot of these consent are very specific contracts, right? There's things that are renewed elements. They shouldn't be very beat up unless it's something brand new. bottom line is efficiency, I think, is the issue. So that being said, we're
Can I make a suggestion?
Yep.
That we, and I don't necessarily think we have to continue it, but one option could be continue this so that we can flush out the ad hocs and committees and decide if we're going to set a third meeting or just do the more casual special meeting expectation, or we just approve this, flush it out at the next meeting, and we're all understanding that, yeah, we are going to have those special meetings once in a while to pencil in those Tuesdays, and I would be fine with either of those options personally.
The latter for us, I think, would
So
be.
we're saying basically we want guardrails, right? We want something that sets an expectation. If it doesn't get met, then we move these, like 3:30, like Supervisor Dirks was mentioning, right? So that way it's the same thing as maybe not being hard and fast, but like, okay, this item, go ahead, Supervisor Kosmicki, it's been 5 minutes, like, get to your point, right? Then we can move, and at that point, we can move a lot more efficiently. I'm okay, I agree with that. My ultimate point is just kind of this self-reflection where we're holding ourselves accountable to the things that matter with our limited resources. So we've beat that enough. So those are the recommendations. Yeah. So that's item 2.4. So now item 2.
I'll move to approve
Yes,
the
we
board calendar along with the recommendation to bring back the ad hoc committee, flushing out the ad hoc committee and committees at the next meeting to have a goal of reducing the staff time from ad hocs and committees.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Supervisor Tiffany,
So
2.6.
2.6, now this is an example, unless I'm missing something, where, well, first of all, if I'd had the time, I might have made a phone call and not had to pull it. But I just have a question on this one. This has to do with approving transitioning to a CalPERS health system as of 2022, the beginning of 2022. So if in the agenda item, if it had explained why it's coming before us now.
It's cleanup language that CalPERS
And that's
requested.
kind of, but again, and I'm not being critical, I'm just saying, that's the only reason why I pulled it, as why the heck are we dealing with it now? And I probably could have just talked to Henny or asked that question, and then I wouldn't have.
The way everything was written, it had the elected officials combined, and CalPERS would like to see them separate, and that's what this is
And that
about.
was a neat
So
request.
basically, it's just cleanup is what it boils down to.
This is Henny Ring with Human Resources. It's just a housekeeping item.
Okay.
CalPERS basically said that we couldn't put the electives with the confidential management on the same resolution. They said they need electeds to be on their own resolution.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure there wasn't something else.
Nothing changes at all with it
Okay.
at all, the transition. It's just a housekeeping thing.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve item 2.6.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Henny. Thank you, Bob. So this one's Bob also 2.7.
Okay, and this one, I only pulled it, really, and I hate, it probably caused you to have to walk down here. I apologize, I know it's not too far, but I really just pulled it just because.
You could.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I don't have much time left, so I got to pull everything I can. No, it's just because I didn't want to let it go without saying that, I mean, this is over 1,000 pages. It's an enormous effort on the part of you and your department and staff. And anyway, I just really appreciate, I mean, it's a huge effort. And I can't say I read all 1,000 pages, but I did go to the end and see how many there were. So,
so thank you for the 1,000 pages.
Thank you. It's a big undertaking, but our stakeholders all participated, as did the two cities and the water departments. So we're grateful for all their input.
yeah. So anyway, great job. That's all I wanted to. So,
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll make a motion, we approve 2.7, adopting a resolution.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 2.8, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, quick question.
Close this out.
And probably could have asked beforehand, but I think it probably still would have been relevant for discussion. Can we use this firm for business license fee recovery? And if not, where are we at with that particular issue?
Okay, the answer is yes, and it can be, we're going to focus the firm on code enforcement issues, but they are available for any unpaid invoices and bills throughout the county.
And yeah, and this is the discussion part. I would ask that we do that. I know we've talked about that in the past, that we have a lot of outstanding people that are essentially ignoring these business license fees that are relatively small. I would just ask that they definitely be included in that strategy as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Seconded by Supervisor Gonzalez. So that was the last consent item. If I can get a motion to adjourn.
Also, I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Happy Election Day, everybody.
Yes, good luck to all the candidates out there. Yes.